here, and who would like to do a recap of last week? The whole 2.5 minutes that occurred last week.
I still have heroic inspiration, or as D&D calls it, I still have inspiration. Does anyone else want to do it to get that? Otherwise, I'd be happy to recap. No?
Hint, you can read out the Discord.
Yeah. Like, I can do it. Just read the Discord and then I can. Oh.
Ellie, you good? You don't have anything to add to my Discord?
Yeah, I have some stuff that's probably not as complete, I don't think. So.
Okay. I will do it then. Can I bestow my inspiration on somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give it to Ellie as the other really good note taker.
I can tell you what Nina did in the first 12 rounds of combat.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So basically, we started off, we were deep in the Temple of the Water Cult down beyond the Fane. I can't remember what the place was called. Plunging
Torrents.
Plunging Torrents, that's where we were at. And as we started to progress past letting the captives go that we found in that cage, we started to feel this like mental influence, and it felt positive, it felt helpful, it felt like welcoming and warm. And Nina was the first one to feel it. And having felt that this was not similar to any other times like that Thrasidun has stepped in or whatever, she opened herself up to it, which was not a good idea. She ended up suffering some short-term madness, which basically made everyone around her look like the widow or her former patron. So she attacked the nearest one, which happened to be Nathan, and he kind of went into defensive, let's stop her from attacking, but keep the party going and keep them away from her. But she basically was like, I'm just going to get away from all of these hags. And she got really like upset by being surrounded by them and flew in front of everyone and just kept going. Blitzed the dungeon. But so Chara, Parsoness, Tempo, and Rowan did get into a few altercations behind Nathan and Nina as they kind of flew. So you guys came up against some mephits and other things that aren't fully defeated, but that you guys did get into some combat with. But we made it down to the actual portal to the water elemental plane where Gar was sacrificing somebody and managed to successfully summon all Hydra. Shit got crazy, but Rowan did eventually make it to Nina, and I don't think it was like the equivalent of lesser or greater restoration, but DM did some magic with dissonance, I think it was, to make that happen. You cured her of that. We managed to fight Gar and then all Hydra. It was bananas, but we made it through. The temple was pretty much flooded. Like, we only had, I think, like 20 or 30 feet between the top of the water and the ceiling, which was significant. That was like half as much as what we had before. But Rowan did swim down and get the trident and properly closed the portal by throwing it into that. However, Nathan was the one to kind of get brain hijacked in his own way, because as it turns out, when he rages, he cannot stop raging. And so he attacked Parsoness, who I believe was still in his devil form, but DM can correct me if that's wrong. Shot him twice until Nina was able to get there. And she kind of shocked him out of it, basically, by dropping Fly off of them. They fell into the water. And she kind of convinced him to come back. But Tempo was in pretty rough shape. Had taken most of the hits from all Hydra, to be honest. Poor Tempo. But did get cured when Nina mentioned that Nathan had this water in his canteen that was pretty highly restorative. And we talked about exploring the temple. Nina's pretty much like, fuck this place, I want to go. But there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot still to explore, and there's still the looming deadline of Westbridge being attacked by the Black Cyst on our minds. So Tempo had found one room just north of the map, I believe, where I think it had some shipwrecks in it, and had flown up there to maybe scout it out really quick. And where our options lie is we can move forward and finish out the rest of the temple. We don't know what's there. There is this vision Nina kept seeing of a submerged altar that she heard her mom say, "Come find me" at, which is what's kind of freaking her out. We can go back the way we came, which is, of course, dealing with all the mephits and other things that are still left alive. Or we can find some dry land and try to teleportation circle to Red Larch. But we all do have fly cast on us, so that's our kind of 10-minute clock to work against right now.
Yeah. And just to tag on, Rowan, when you got kind of stuck behind and everyone was kind of moving forward, you got caught behind the ice mephits. There was a individual in there that was seemingly kind of directing the ice mephits. He knew you were there. I think some of you damaged him quite a bit, and he moved back once he realized you were starting to leave into the back of the cave, and you just heard a pained scream and before you moved off. Just tagging that on because you were really the only one that got to hear that. Otherwise, here's another thing I wanted to show you because I don't remember if I did or not. That is, I actually got to throw you on the map. But that is Olhydra.
Who is the princess, right? This is the other three elementals are technically princes, and this is the princess of?
Blah, blah, blah. Yes, princess.
I think Gar or one of the cultists might have mentioned that.
Yeah. Okay.
Not that gender matters, but...
Let's see here. Okay. So, let me get our atmosphere going here. As we pick up, you guys are still in the plunging torrents, and the water down here, during your fight with Olhydra, it continued to rise and rise. It is now about 40 feet up from where it was in this chamber, which means it's level with where these waterfalls used to be coming down. So all the water is kind of in this weird flux state of just shifting in odd ways. The water doesn't seem to be rising anymore, but it doesn't seem to know where to go either at this point. As the group of you are still in the room.
Just from my point of order, did the water start rising after killing Olhydra, or what triggered it?
Actually, it started rising with her being summoned. It has lessened a little bit since she's been killed. So the idea is, like, over time, we assume they will go back to normal now that she's gone and we've closed that plane.
Okay. And relative to where we are on the map now, where was the ice lifted incident?
They are in up where she just pointed the circle, pinged it. They're up that way. Oh wait, I'm on the GM layer. Yeah.
Like 3 rooms up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tempo is just north of you.
Question, again, because Rowan wasn't here last week. When she dove down to get the trident that was on the island, would she have noticed or recognized the body that had been sacrificed? Was the water too murky? I can't remember what state the water was in while she was down there. But Nina only saw it as a widow, so I don't actually know who the person was.
Yeah. So I believe the water is pretty difficult to see through. It has like this odd, actually, it no longer has that. The water used to have this kind of odd, very, very dim blue glow, which has seemingly disappeared along with the node. So the water is dark. There is actually no more light in the room. Nathan, you light is gone for you.
That's
Chara.
pretty normal.
Chara, can you do your lights while we figure out our next steps?
Oh yeah. Maybe. No, she. I think she
Well,
probably.
she might be pissed at
Yeah,
at Nathan right
she
now.
kind of. I think she. Oh.
She might not. She might.
Yeah,
lie
I
and
think
like
she.
she's-
Allie made pretty clear she was big mad, so I think she probably doesn't even respond to you. Just you kind of see her fiddling with something, and doesn't even acknowledge that you said something.
All right then. And I will prestidigitate at least this like candle flame in my hand so it lights up our initial circle. Do we still want to be over here with Rowan? Over here. Tempo, where's Tempo?
I'll just fly back. Just looking around, making sure there's no danger. There's some shipwrecks in the room to the north, or that way, because I don't know which way is north. And
Shipwrecks and a cave.
yeah, I'm not. That doesn't make sense, does it? Maybe there's a way to the surface somehow. Oh, we're still kind of far from the ocean, right? We are pretty far from the ocean. Right.
Yep, very far.
Are you still hurt, Tempo?
No, I'm okay. Thanks.
But you all know the Desserin River has a lot of ship traffic. It is a wide river.
Maybe that way it leads to the surface somehow.
Well, we shouldn't rule out options. We gotta move quick, but I still can't shake the feeling that Nina just seems a little out of it, like conflicted.
Can't shake what feeling?
Before you all turned into the hag, I heard my mom. There's an altar somewhere in here, and I hate this place and I want to leave. But we left the air temple without closing the portal, and we know that now was probably a mistake. If we leave now without covering our tracks, we could just be leaving someone else to open this portal again.
That makes sense. So, what do you want to do?
I don't know if I'm the one who can make that call after what just happened.
I mean, we can vote on it. I mean, it's a team decision.
Okay, everyone in favor of moving forward? Scoping out the rest of the temple? Making sure we don't miss anything?
think Chara would vote opposite.
Yeah. And so Nina, seeing them not raise their hand, kind of goes, everyone in favor of just getting back to the Manta Rose?
Chara would raise her hand. Parson is, you notice he is just like side-eyeing, watching whatever she chooses, and he's just like,
And how does Parsons look?
He's fine.
He also got the long rest benefits, so that was Nathan's penance, I'm guessing.
Rowan, are you taking a moment to look at Parsoness?
Yeah.
Okay. You can make either a medicine check or a arcana check.
I think it matters. 10.
Okay. Yeah, he looks like he's doing okay, about the same as the rest of you. The blood stains on the shirt drying up. Shirt's ruined. Chara looks more pissed almost than Parsoness does. And you just kind of see him like wince a little bit as he kind of reaches down and just briefly grabs Chara's hand and just gives it a little shake. Yeah, looks fine though otherwise.
I look over at Chara and look, I know you want to get out of here and a lot's happened. But you also know that every time we've come down here or anywhere and we leave the job unfinished, it's felt like it's gotten harder and harder. I think we need to see this through and make sure we've dotted all our I's, crossed all the T's. We're already here. He's okay. We'll deal with what happens once we get out of this. Will you do that for us?
Roll a persuasion check.
Five.
You see Chara she pulls her hand away and you see her kind of brush her hair back and looks at you. Yeah. We came here to do a job. I'm here.
I just shake my head a little bit of just accepting that. And shall we get moving? How long do we have to fly?
A couple more minutes, maybe 5 or 6, but I can cast it again if we need to, and as long as we don't run into anything too rough. Let's start with Tempo's room, up there.
There is. I passed some ice orchids that I'll tell you on the way, and as we start to fly, I'll just fill in of what I passed, what happened, and how I heard the scream as we move forward.
Didn't hear any of that.
I didn't stick around to find out. Just wanted you to know.
All right.
So, Bodhi, since you saw it before, do you want to take the lead?
Sure. I'll fly in ahead.
Okay. So you guys are headed north?
Yeah, just to
Okay.
scope out the I think Nina hangs back a second to check in with. Oh, Nathan, move forward. Okay. I think she just wants to make sure he's okay. Being as quiet as he is, given what's just happened. It's less of a like hang back and have a conversation, but more of just like a look from her that I think he gets with his blind sight.
He'll just kind of look back at you and just kind of nod slightly and
Talk later then.
Okay. You okay if I move you, Rowan? I'm gonna move you.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna do it. Then we
I don't-
Control.
I'm going to stay right where I'm at.
Okay. So, since Rowan didn't get to hear it, I'll go ahead and read the description of this room. Heavy rain batters what must be a gigantic cavern. Its walls and ceiling lost in the driving storm. There's no more roar of waterfalls. So all you hear as you come into this room is just the dripping and what sounds like just raindrops hitting consistently, dropping from the ceiling of the cavern. At the center of the cavern, the shattered hulks of sailing vessels lean upon their sides. Barnacles cling to the hulls, and humanoid skeletons droop from the rigging or lie in tangled piles, and seaweed hangs from the gunwales.
Is this platform on the side actually exposed ground?
No longer.
Okay.
Well, actually, yeah, because the water only rose 40 feet. It looks like it's starting to pool upwards, though,
Okay.
as this water tries to redirect.
I'll just point out there's some dry land if we need to make a quick exit, if there's enough room there for your circle. So, yeah.
Oh, good. Good to know. This magical rain? What's
Yeah. Can I fly upwards more? Can I? Is it much higher than the ceilings, like in the other rooms? Do I get to a ceiling?
Yes, you do get to a ceiling. It doesn't actually say how high the ceiling is. I'm gonna say the ceiling up here is probably about a good another 40 feet.
4 stories?
Probably about like in this cavern, it's probably about 50 feet above the water line. And as you fly up to the ceiling, there's almost like a buildup of atmosphere, almost like where the steam or mist has kind of gathered. But as you press your hand against the ceiling and all these little stalactites, stalagmites? I think it's tights.
Stalactites.
Tights, yeah.
You might trip over a stalagmite.
Thank you. You feel it, and it's cold water. The stone is cold, and you feel the water starting to like drip over your hand and down your arm a bit. And you get a sense it is a combination of this rise of mist into the air, gathering on the ceiling, as well as water gathered from above, from whether it be the Desserin River, Riverguard Tower, all of the riverways, the underground waterways from above, kind of culminating here and dropping and creating almost like this under cavern storm type thing.
Yeah. I'll fly back down and relay. Seems like just all the condensation gathering and maybe water seeping in from the ground.
All right, natural causes then, better than magical ones. Shall we take a quick look around?
Yeah.
I still have the effects of that potion Liam gave me. I can go underwater, see if we need to see anything, if there's something submerged.
Does anyone have detect magic?
No.
I do, but it'll take a while, and I'd have to lose our flight. Some of us, at least. I can cast it as a ritual.
Chara just shakes her head. I can dispel it. But I can sniff it.
Let's just scope things out. If you notice something, we'll holler.
Okay.
Maybe let's start with those boats over there.
Fly in the direction of the boats. What kind of boats do these look like? Like river faring, and if so, or like ocean faring? And like how modest
These
traders' vessels or like ostentatious things?
Great question. I would say, how well do you think Tempo knows and understands human ships?
I rolled a 10 on my dice for a history check.
Somewhat.
Okay.
Okay, and you went ahead and rolled history. Great. So, oceanic versus river, kind of hard to say, especially because of this area of the continent where the oceanic ships tend to stick along the coast before riding up the Desserin River, making their normal route north and south. None of these ships really strike you as oceanic. They do tend to look more like the kind that are just transporting up and down along the river. You do see one that kind of looks a bit more like possibly a battleship, more like a perhaps maybe not a city battleship or whatnot, but more like a pirate kind of, with gunwales and everything along it.
Looks like mostly some trading ships and one more equipped for battle. Maybe a guard they hired to go with them. Although still begs to be seen how they could have gotten here.
Also, I need everyone but Tempo to roll me a d6.
Oh,
Forgot.
2.
1.
5.
Yes. Oh, and
This is the mind bug. Rowan gets the mind bug this go around.
Fitting.
And Chara gets a 5. Okay. Arsonist. Also gets a 5. Okay. Rowan. As you come into this chamber, flying over the water, listening to Tempo's account of what she's observed up above and of the ships, her voice kind of at one point starts to get muffled and your vision wobbles a bit, and the scenery around you like extends and moves past you, and your gaze is drawn towards one of the entrances to the north. This area up here, just beyond all the shipwrecks. And you hear you don't hear a voice. You hear whispers. Many whispers. None of the languages of which you speak. But you see a vision of I feel like I've explained this so many times, but here we go. You see a statue, a shrine, half covered in water, actually now fully covered in water. This shrine of a tentacled creature, branching tentacles convene and curl up and over, and at the top of this shrine, as your vision kind of goes up and over, you see a circular fanged mouth, and your vision moves beyond it through 2 doors, up some stone stairs, cresting out of the water onto a flat area. You see an altar, and standing atop the altar, you see a figure. And they turn to look back at you. And you see Ephemera, your mother. And she holds her hands out to you. No words. If you will make me a wisdom saving throw.
That will be a 13.
Okay. The image fluctuates and cuts out, and you blink and you feel a slight vertigo just momentarily before you look up and see the rest of your party before you.
So it still remains to be seen how these ships got here. I mean, that's what you hear.
I wonder if they were either crashed from above and found their way down here through the rivers. I mean, we followed water down here, but there's also I mean, could they have come through the portal? Like, through the plains, maybe?
Maybe, but then how'd they get up this waterfall?
I don't know.
Same
Maybe
as-
we check what's north. They came down that way, assumedly.
Yeah. I'd like to, because the ships are. Can I land on one of the ships and just like inspect some of the skeletal remains?
I want to do the
see
same thing.
Yeah.
Like- how long it looks like they've been there, maybe.
Mhm.
I mean, skeletons, a long time.
Yeah, you land on the ships.
I'm more focused specifically on how they're laying.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like they just fell over and died.
Yeah,
Right.
and real quick, Rowan, as you start to fly over towards the ships to view them, you feel a hand on your arm. And as you kind of stop and look back, you see Chara just looking at you. Because she has a fucking insane passive perception. You okay?
I had a quick vision thing that didn't feel real. But I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
here.
You are here. You're not gonna like run off.
I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
Is that kind of a quiet conversation or 10 feet away, not too hard to hear?
Roll me a perception check.
Shite. Yeah, that's a 4.
Okay. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be somewhat quiet, but only because Chara, a creature who really doesn't care about being quiet, has been recently shaken and is being unusually contained at the moment.
Totally fair. Nathan would just move up next to you, Nina, and kind of like gently tap your wrist a bit and just, this feels like a trap.
I agree.
Rowan and Tempo. Rowan, first off, actually both of you, since you're kind of inspecting these ships, just roll me investigation checks.
I think as they start landing and Nathan does that, Nina kind of just calls out, just careful where you're stepping. We don't know how they got here. They could have been put here for a reason. Remember all the times Liam got himself in trouble because he was looking for things.
I'll try and, rather than step on the ship's hover just over, I rolled a natural 20 for a 24 on my investigation.
Okay.
Nice. Got 14.
Okay. Both of you see a bunch of these skeletons on here. They don't. On one of the ships, they look quite bloated. The skeletons and the skin on them is, the atmosphere in here is cool and densely humid. You see formations of mold and barnacles and other things growing on these skeletons. on one of the ships, they're bloated forms, which gives you the idea that they possibly are not as far gone dead as some of the other ships. You see crabs and other creatures kind of slowly eating away at the bodies, picking away at them. And these forms, especially the bloated ones, they're just misshapen and almost like filled with fluid. And one of them as a like crab-like creature who's slides off, and its little claw kind of hooked onto one of the arms, hanging there, swinging side to side. The arm slides off, and you see a almost like the skin burst, and just fluid, not even like blood, but just like brackish like fluid pours out with what looks like a just cascade of plankton, as the body itself just kind of slowly deflates a bit. Tempo, with a natural 20, you see all of this, and then your eyes are drawn to the water around these ships. Along the outside, you kind of see what almost looks like a slight current. Not a whirlpool, but like there is a swarm of something moving rapidly around the ships underwater. And your eyes turn to the middle of all of these ships, the water, where it's still. And you see a single head of just resting just above the water, almost like a crocodile in just resting, floating. And it looks almost like a, I don't know if any of you have ever seen like a lancet fish, like a cross between that and an eel, where it's kind of got like a fin, it's got the long snout, and all you see is the top of it, and you see its eyes, one of them, clock you. And you see it just kind of continue to rest there.
I think definitely a trap. Definitely a trap. We'll start flying up. Some kind of creature in the middle here, and something swirling around the outside, which I would love to say isn't part of the same creature, but I don't know that.
All right. I don't think that this is meant to be that altar or whatever it is. I think we stay high and we keep moving.
Right. Looks like there are a couple other paths that I noticed from as I flew up for this one. There's a path like back down to the left.
Great. Nothing more forward?
There's a way forward, and so I'm looking around all these other ships. Also over to the right. So this is kind of a crossroads, but looking into these rooms, like I see these like circular things on the map. What's that?
Yeah.
Looks like a
So-
whirlpool.
Yeah, you see the water, which has kind of pooled inwards seemingly uncertain where to go until it meets these little cavern kind of areas where the water, especially the one you are looking at, there is a current plunging into that cavern, and it is dropping into this large whirlpool pool.
That doesn't look fun.
Uh,
This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
as you all stand there or fly there, looking about, the tempo, the head in the middle between all of the ships, you see one of its eyes blinks and it lifts a bit. A long neck as it lifts, water dripping from its chin, and the head turns towards you, and this mouth opens, and there are rows of these sharp teeth, several of them longer than others, curling down, and the head continues along this long neck, and it looks towards you, this fin coming up along its neck. And then you see 4 other sets of heads rise
Cool.
out of the water.
Cool.
And I'll need you all to go ahead and roll me initiative.
Yes.
Kara's like ready to fight some bitches. It's fine.
Oops, that's not what I meant.
Oh, that's cocked.
What, last session was very easy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Add your turns.
Oh, my dice are rolling great.
Did I add everyone? I think so. Okay.
Did you add me, please?
Oh, I did not, did I?
I mean, I don't have to play. I can go. Bye.
Bye! Okay, bye! No. Don't you dare!
It's not like I have to, or like I'm anywhere near the top of the roll.
What's your 5?
Yeah.
Wow, Nathan must have rolled low.
I got a 6
Oof.
and total 15. Do you want me to run Parsnip still?
Are you okay to do that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind. That would be helpful.
Oh, that sounds even worse. So you were beating yourself up?
Yeah.
Yeah. There were 2 people in the same distance I rolled, and he ended up getting shot. Point blank.
Oh, and I'm running Chara. I know what I'm doing. Right. She rolled a 12. Press a 7. Excellent. Descending. Okay. As this creature rising up out of the water, you just hear more rain pattering into the expanse of water below. This dark shadow. Nathan, you see nothing. You don't even know what is rising up. Where are all of you in terms of how high up are you? So the cavern is about 50 feet up from the water level. Just to give me an idea.
I think after Tempo said, like, definitely a trap, there are things in the water, Nina rose up as high as physically possible and said, let's stay high and just keep going. So I'm up 45 feet or whatever, like top of my head, top of my horns, nearly brushing.
Okay.
Nathan's within 10 feet of that.
Okay. Tempo?
I would have also risen.
Okay.
Seeing the head and especially seeing it start to rise up, I would want to stay out of biting distance if possible.
Okay. Rowan?
Rowan would be up probably near like Nathan. Because Nathan, you want to be 10 feet below her?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so I'll be roughly in the same area as Nathan then. So 35 feet.
When we need the map with 3 dimensions.
Okay, let me pull out my trig book.
Okay, so you're about Nathan's height. I think Parsonus and Char would probably follow Rowan's lead and go at her level.
That's a mistake.
Would it help you, DM, if we, like, if I go to the tokens and just in the blue type in the height of what we're at and just kind of change it as
I
battlefield
like
changes
that
so you can
idea.
keep track of that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Rowan, what were you at?
Same thing as Nathan, so
Okay.
5.
Did you say
35? Yeah.
35? Okay. Great. Awesome. Yay. Okay. Yes, that is very helpful. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Nina, you are up.
Is it intentional that we don't see monster tokens on here?
Oh, nope.
Okay.
Here?
I was like, I can do a perception check if you want me to, but
Nope, nope, nope. Token.
Cool, very cool, very, very cool. Lovely.
As this large lizard-like creature, like nothing you've ever seen, rises up out of the water with 5 heads, seemingly each of their own volition, moving and clocking each of you.
okay. Yeah, I think Nina shouts out, "Big old beastie right in the center," for Nathan's benefit. And I will probably cast a spell because that's what I do.
Magic.
We'll punch it.
Magic. I'm gonna go pet the Hydra-looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do an animal handling check.
This
Hey.
is a dragon, right?
That would be incredible. A pet Hydra?
I'm gonna try to light it up so at least Nathan knows the direction it's coming from. So I will start with a Scorching Ray 2nd level, so my 3 shots. I assume a 12 doesn't hit,
Nope.
but I have a 21 and a 26 on the other ones.
Both hit.
Okay. Ooh, that's great. 16, 19 plus 5, 24 fire damage.
Okay.
As my action. What else do I want to do? What do I want to do? I think I'll start there. I want to feel some things out first and kind of get a sense of what everyone else is doing before I do too much else. So that'll be my turn. I'm gonna try to move out of its range a little bit, if I can, and just kind of fly back here.
Mm-hmm.
Still staying up, but just a little bit more distance because I can work from back.
Okay.
Actually, no. Given how many hits Tempo took, I will stay up in the mix because I can do some things to potentially help her. So yeah,
love
that's my
it.
turn.
Tempo.
I think I'll keep it simple and still concentrating on fly. I think I have myself, Chara, and Parsonus under my fly still. So I will cast Eldritch Blast. We'll make
Go for it.
3 beams. That is a... Oh, I should have looked at what my numbered hit is. It's bigger now. So that is a 12 to hit, a 17 to hit, and a 19 to hit.
The last 2 hit.
Cool. For a total of 26 force
Okay.
damage, and in theory, push her 20 feet away.
Is
Although
that
I'm hitting ahead?
Yeah, and is that for like large creatures or one
It doesn't
size?
specify. So in theory, it's anything that
Okay.
doesn't have a ability that says it like can't be moved by things.
5, 10. You watch as this creature crashes into these 2 ships behind it. The hulls of them cracking and splintering. Anything else?
I'll just keep high and I'll fly a little bit back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's my go.
Okay. The creature, as it gets its legs under it, having crashed into these ships, it moves back. It's gonna leap, actually, from one of these ships to the other. Gets to here, and as it leaps from one of the ships, both of them, onto this other one, a wave of water as the ship is plunged under further into the water. A wave of water kicks up and around it. I will need Nina and Rowan to make me dexterity saving throws.
Four. Natural 20.
Awful.
Okay. Nina, you almost expecting this as you watch this creature come towards you. Rowan, your eyes, your attention is split over the party, moving different ways. And this wave of water comes up and towards you. And as it does, you get a brief moment where the water is coming towards you. You see just shadows within the water, movement of little things moving about. And as the water slams into you, you drop about 10 feet, but you also are hit with these tiny splintering little bites. Actually, let me see if they hit. Uh, 18 to hit.
Misses.
Okay, so you feel along your armor, you kind of feel the vibration of all these scraping teeth that are biting at your armor. You feel a tug of your hair, one of them grasping at it as the water cascades over you.
Wait, you said I dropped 10 feet.
Yeah, about 10 feet.
I'll update the blue.
And it will move the remainder of its movement to here. You're at 25.
Yep.
One of the heads comes up and is going to make a bite towards you. $21 to hit.
It's
Okay, for 7 piercing. Make me a strength saving throw.
strength.
Mhm.
That will be 15.
Okay, you just barely make it. As this thing bites into your leg, you kick up your other leg and just start wailing the heel into the snout of it, and it unravels, releasing your leg. You are not grappled. Nathan.
He's gonna move up next to Nina. He's gonna fly up 5 feet, be at 40. And I think he's gonna hold his action to basically step in front of anything that tries to hit her.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn.
Okay. Chara. Chara is big mad, but she also is a part of a team, and she cares about everyone on this team. And since I'm playing her, she's going to use her cantrip Dancing Lights, and 4 balls of light cascade out and amongst all the heads of this creature so that you can see it, Nathan. Do I have this set already? Okay. That is it's dim light in 10-foot radius. Great. Okay. That is going to be her turn. Parsonus.
I think he just kind of reaches over and places his hand on Char's shoulder and reassures her that she's got this, and he'll cast Mage Armor.
On himself.
On her.
On her. Oh.
Because she's not wearing armor, correct?
Correct.
So
She's got the cloak of
13 plus her dex.
protection. Does that just buffs it though, right?
Yeah, that just, Yeah, that's just a +1. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
no
so her
armor.
AC becomes 13 plus a dex modifier.
Okay. Plus her dex.
Which I think she has a high dex, right?
Oh, she does. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. Okay.
No, she didn't take Dex, I don't think. Not her modifier. Charisma, and she went con for hit points, right?
She has a +6.
That's
on
her
dex.
save. That's not her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Already-
I'm sorry. You were correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
+1. So for
Yeah.
armor
Yep.
class.
Okay.
She went back and forth on that. I remember when she was doing.
I
her
was
score.
totally looking at her saves. Okay.
If that was the case, I would use it.
Yeah, using it on her is not going to change it. She's already got the 14, so.
No, actually, I don't have dex saves. And that'll be his turn.
Okay. Rowan.
The head that attacked me, it's still like within the 5 feet of me. Did it move away?
Yeah, it's probably within 5 feet of you.
Okay. And there's 4 heads that we see.
5.
5.
1 initially, and then 4 more rows.
I'm gonna cast blindness / deafness on it.
On the one head, or the...
Well, it says choose a creature. All the
Okay.
heads are part of one creature, right?
Yep.
So it is a con save.
Okay. Yeah, no, they rolled a 9.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So I'm choosing blindness.
Okay.
That's the tea for this session.
Blind it is.
And I am then gonna fly, probably back and up. What's our movement with flying?
60.
60?
Okay, so I'm gonna back up and then fly up. So I was at 25. And so, yeah, I can get back up. I'll be up around the 45 feet.
Okay.
where I'm at.
Okay.
And I don't believe it can get an opportunity attack when it's flying.
Okay.
That is my turn.
Wait, why did you say it doesn't get an opportunity attack?
Because you have to be able to see the creature moving away from you to get an opportunity attack.
Yeah.
So, like, Nathan gets him because he has blind sight. You
Yep.
can see him regardless of his
Yeah.
vision. But, yeah.
I know the rules sometimes.
No. You're 100%. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something
Part of the feature of the
special.
spell.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well done.
Oof. Took a chance.
You watch as all the eyes on each head suddenly start to glow this white, and the creatures, all 5 heads, start looking around, bumping into one another. The fins unfolding upwards.
And as I'm like flying backwards, I'm like, I think I blinded it.
Nina.
Okay. As you say this, I think she is just so unstable in this fucking temple. But I think she's really pissed about like being surprised constantly, right? But as she kind of sits there and its eyes glow, her eyes start to glow, and with the dancing lights now, and especially Nathan being right there, you watch as like her body, as she starts to like build up this spell in her hand, starts to absorb some of the water, and she just says, "I'm so sick of things coming out of nowhere," and she's going to unleash a 5th level burning hands on it. But as she does this, that water works into what are her normally gold veins and turns them the icy blue, and it doesn't come out as fire, it's going to come out as lightning, as her magic is unstable in these elemental planes right now. So I need a dexterity saving throw of 18, please.
Okay. Oh, I literally rolled an 18.
That's okay. It'll still take half damage. Actually, I'm going to use my inspiration to make it re-roll that at disadvantage, if you'll allow me to do that. Rather than giving myself advantage, can I bestow disadvantage on him?
Sure.
Okay.
It's 14.
Cool. 76.
Does a dex save require sight?
That's a good question. It's got the blinded condition.
That
Blinded
is-
just talks about ability checks.
Yeah.
Fair
A
enough.
blinded creature can't see and automatic fails any ability check that requires sight.
Not saving throws.
Saving throws an ability, technically.
I don't think so. I think saving throws, abilities, and attacks are like the canonical 3 types of rolls.
Hmm.
Because there's a bunch of stuff that says like blessed says you can add stuff to like. I think they're different.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
Is this an attack roll?
It's not an attack roll, it's a saving throw on the creature's behalf.
Okay.
Yep.
I think rules is
And
written,
it's
Ellie is right. Yeah.
Lightning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say probably in this.
Such a bad roll.
They may not see it, but I would almost have to agree. It's they probably can smell the atmosphere of it
That's fair.
coming towards them.
Yeah, but I'll use my inspiration to still give that disadvantage. So they fail it, because it was an 18, so that's 8, 10, 17, 18, 19, 24 lightning damage.
Okay. The
And-
lightning strikes against one of the heads, and you watch as it strikes into the cheek of it. The jaw explodes off, and a portion of the neck just completely dismembers and slices outward as this head just is kind of half hanging on this neck, and it drops into the water.
Nice. And kind of following that up, Nina looks shocked, but she kind of just hurls what's left of the residual, and I will quicken Firebolt, which just becomes Lightning Bolt, but not like actual Lightning Bolt. You know what I'm trying to say? It's just fire converted. So that will be an attack roll on my part for the second
Okay.
head. It's a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. Why do I never know what my D10s look like? There we go. Oh, such a bad roll. 8 points of damage on that one.
Okay, lightning damage. Okay. Anything else?
That's my turn.
Tempo.
I think I will. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it simple. I will again Eldritch Blast. Since it's blinded, I have advantage on it, I think. That's an attack roll.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So first one is a, I don't remember my number. 24.
Yep.
Second one is a 23.
Uh-huh.
Third one is a 28.
All 3 hit.
So 3 hits. Do I own a 30? I do. Let's go. Low rolls, but so a total of 22 force damage, and all 3 hitting would push it 30 feet back up into this cave wall.
Okay. You said 22 force damage?
Yes.
Okay.
I rolled a 3, a 3, and a 1 on the d10s, but
All
they
right.
all have
Mine was low on my
Agonizing
D10s too. Silly D10s.
Yep.
Oh, wait, away from you, so that would be
Just
right
shrink
against
the corner there.
Yeah, its form clips along the top of this ship, and you watch as the entirety of it, the mast especially, just shatters and splinters outward. The entirety of it shifting a bit more, taking on more water as this boat overturns further. The bodies on the top of it just kind of sliding and dropping into the water.
Yeah, and then I'll fly up. That's 30. I'll fly up here, more out of the way, and just get the glance at areas ahead, so that we don't get
Got it.
make sure nothing else is coming. Yep.
The creature. Another one of its heads, sorry, I forgot. As its body slams into this rock wall, one of the necks gets cocked to the side. The rest of the body, the force of it, you just hear a crunch and a snapping. And as the body kind of resets, this one head and neck is just flopping. And the eyes are just unseeing. Well, they're all unseeing, but
That would be really unpleasant to have like one of your necks broken.
yeah.
Yeah. So we're down 2 heads now? Is that
Mhm.
I took out one and Tempo took out the other? Okay, cool.
Yep.
That's my go.
Oops, sorry. It stands up. It's gonna dive back under the water.
Cool.
It just slides off the boat and drops into the water. And that swirling around these boats, where it dropped in, you see that swirling kind of suddenly stop. That non-whirlpool, but just a slight current, suddenly comes to a halt, just barely moving now as this creature goes under. And after probably 5 seconds, you see the swirling start up once more.
I think at the end of its turn, it gets a save on blindness toughness again.
Yes.
That is a con.
Yes, con.
Ooh, 21.
Succeeds.
Okay. That's its turn. Nathan.
was gonna say Nina can probably see it. Nathan is like standing beside you, kind of waiting, but you can see his hand is just twitching, almost like he's just waiting to do something, but not. And yeah, he's just holding his action again. And that's it.
All right. Chara. Chara is going to, you watch with her arm extended, she lowers it and pushes the dancing lights into the water. So they drop. They were already about 25 feet up, so they really only get about 5 feet beneath the water. And you can just barely see what looks like a consistent moving of many forms under the water. And the shadowed forms of these boats and the undersides of them. Parsonus.
I don't think he has anything that can pierce water, really, so. I think he'll be holding too. I'm just
Okay.
waiting.
Rowan.
I'm probably I'm gonna use my movement. You have 60 feet. I'm gonna stay basically at the level I'm at, which is like 45. Then I'm gonna come around to this side of the ships, try to spread us out just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I was here. Because it went down here and you said it's like 5 feet under.
Originally it was. The lights that Chara pushed down are about 5 feet under the water.
So if I just flew over this side, do I still see any sort of silhouette of it?
You do not.
Okay. I'll stay on this side though. And I will hold my action for it to appear within sight for a hold the dead.
Okay. Nina.
I think similar to everyone else, I'm looking for the creature, and if I don't see it anywhere, I will also hold my action, a second level Scorching Ray for the moment it emerges to sling at it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, like, are we doing perception checks if we can make it out, or is it just straight cannot see it under the water? And it's okay if it's the second.
Yeah, it's pretty murky.
Yeah.
Where the lights are from the dancing lights, all you see is the movement of many what looks like fish darting around in a circle as they pass by these lights.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I will hold Scorching Ray then for the moment I can see it.
Okay. Tempo.
Yeah, I will follow suit.
Okay.
So we fly back around here. Yeah, stay high and pretty central. and hold an Eldritch Blast for if I see it emerge from the water.
Okay.
Oh, that was quick.
A
Or all holding actions. It's fine.
that is a round.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I don't mind rinse and repeat on that one.
Okay.
Because I really don't know what to do here. So, yeah, he's just holding. Same, protect Nina.
Okay. Anyone do anything in this round?
I would
Just
probably
hold.
yell across to Nina of, can you like lightning bolt the water and electrify it?
I could try. Although I've never done lightning before, I don't know what the fuck that was.
Oh, it's not like a direct new trick.
Nope.
What could hurt? He just hears yelling like.
By the time it gets around to me and it hasn't emerged for several seconds, I'll say, maybe we just get out of here. So I'll continue to hold a bolt for this round.
Okay.
If it gets back around to me, I will, what am I gonna do? I'll do another Burning Hands at second level, trying to recreate what I just did. And I'm gonna see if she can figure it out. So let me just see. 10 and up, I figure it out. No, I try to change it into lightning and do what I just did, and it comes out as fire. So it's still magical fire. It's not like the water puts it out. So fire goes into the water, but I do have to get within 15 feet. So I will drop down 5 feet above so I can go 10 feet into the water. Like here. And just try to illuminate this portion. If it hits something, anything, dexterity saving throw. If not, that's okay.
So you're going into the water, or you're shooting about 10 feet into the water?
I'm shooting 10 feet into the water, so I'm
Got it.
I'm 5 feet above, and it goes 15 feet down from me, so 10 feet in.
Okay. And you said dexterity saving throw?
Yes.
18.
Beats it, beats it. It'll still take half.
Okay.
Oh, that's a better roll. Plus 5 is... That's another 23. I keep getting the same damage rolls on the turn.
Nice.
But 23 fire damage halved, so because it succeeded.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck that was, but I guess I'm back to fire.
Okay. As your fire just bursts into the water, this cascade of steam moving upwards, you smell cooked fish as these bodies of fish just suddenly float to the water, their bodies charred, and they almost continue on in the route they were swimming and are quickly grasped by the current and moving down into the whirlpool area.
I got something, but I think it might have just been fish.
Anything else, Nina?
Nope.
Rowan, make me a dexterity saving throw.
11.
11.
Oh, is it only against me?
Uh-huh.
Then I have a feat for that. Target only you. So instead of 11, it is 13.
Okay. As you're hovering, you hear a sudden cracking and smashing as the ship in front of you, now laying on its side, a portion of it bursts outward towards you. Pieces of splintered wood just cascading towards you, and you are able to fly towards the wall and press yourself against it as a large portion of this ship that has just been broken and flung by a head that comes up and out bounces off, and it misses you, and you see it splash into this strong current and is dragged downwards and towards the whirlpool. Any of you that were waiting for anything, which I believe is Nathan and Tempo, holding. You
Didn't
can go
attack
ahead.
Nina, so nothing for me.
Got it.
I was holding for it to emerge, but the highest I rolled is a 14.
Ooh, that misses. This
Rolled
head
a 3, a
comes.
5, and a 5.
Oh. The head comes up, does this, and it immediately drops back beneath the water. Tempo, it is your turn now.
If this thing wants to stay here, maybe we just move on.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Alright, I'll fly on ahead. And I see like a bridge over here. Right?
To your
So-
left?
Yeah.
Yep.
So
It looks
some
like
kind
a
of
stairwell, actually. A set of stone steps.
And I saw that vision when I rolled that. I just decided not to engage it. But I saw the altar, I believe.
Yeah, I think we all
Does
have.
it
I
look
think
like
you all have.
does it
Yeah,
look like those stone steps?
it does.
I think I found our stone steps. Hold on.
Don't go anywhere near it yet.
Okay. I'll continue to fly up this way.
Go ahead and
Instead,
fuck them.
then. I'll dash, like a 16 feet. And I'll look into this room.
Okay. What you see, water is pouring into this room from a northern waterfall. It then flows over a second waterfall to the south that you just flew up and over, because the water table has not made it up yet to that. Thick mist conceals the ceiling cavern. The cavern ceiling. God, dyslexia. With only an occasional stalactite piercing the fog. The surface of the water undulates in big, rolling waves. And I believe that is your turn.
Yeah, I'll just get a little. I think I had a little bit more movement, so I'll get a little farther into the room.
Okay.
But that's all. D6.
Yes, please.
4.
Okay.
That's my go.
will need Nina and Nathan to make me dexterity saving throws.
That's an 8.
Great.
So 17.
Okay. Once again, a portion of the ship on its side in front of you suddenly shatters outward towards both of you. Nathan, you manage to duck to the side, barely missing as you feel a pressure, the air shifting as something massive moves past you, and you don't even hear as this chunk of the ship just slams into you, Nina. Nina, you do drop into the water. 5, 10.
So my held action was to protect her if something happened.
So are you going to move in
So-
front of her?
I'm going to like basically grab her in a hug and turn, and I'll take the full force of that.
Okay. Then
But we're
I
both
will...
probably going in after that.
What's that?
And we're both probably going in the water after that.
Okay.
So I think you're taking any damage, but we're both going into
Yeah.
the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we will do this. You take 11 bludgeoning damage. And both of you drop into the water.
This feels familiar.
Okay.
Did
Where...
I go?
What's that?
Did I go somewhere?
Yeah, where did you go?
Disappeared, yeah.
I went into the water, I guess.
Why is your character always disappearing on me? Okay, hold on. Let me grab him from here because this will be easier.
Either itself that just hit you.
No, it was it shot more boat at us.
Boat,
So
okay.
it was like a half a boat.
It shot a boat at us.
It went E3.
To be fair, we were kicking its ass above water. I can understand why it's doing the cheap shots from underwater now.
We would too.
Yeah.
Okay. Nathan, what's your health at? Because it's probably way off on. Well, no, it may be right.
No, it's off. I got it.
Okay. All right. So, whoopsie. Both of you crash into the water. And the currents, because Nathan, you are wrapped around Nina, we will get to that on one of your turns. Chara.
Well, really quick. That was the Hydra's turn, yes?
Yes.
Nathan goes after the Hydra, so he would have actually just been right next. Because now he's not in initiative.
Oh, that's right.
So just throwing that out there.
Thank you. That turn. What were you
You
like?
were at like 5 feet above the water, correct?
I was, yes. He
Yeah,
was
I
at
would have
50
needed to
initiative.
do my full movement and then block you. So I can call that my turn if that's okay.
Do you remember your initiative?
15.
15? Okay. Okay, so it is technically your turn. Are you saying, do you want to do anything?
All right. I guess the only
Oh.
thing we could do is try to get to the surface.
Yeah, so since it's the start of your turn, I do need both of you to make, well, since you're wrapped around Nina, I'm going to have you make a strength saving throw with disadvantage. Because you
Both
were
of us
trying.
just-
just Nathan, because he is technically
14.
okay.
And my
You-
other one was a nat 20.
Oh, that hurts. Both of you are dragged by this strong current. Your forms like almost tumbling downwards and bouncing off the bottom of this current of water. Okay. Now, you are about 15 feet underwater. And I would say this is the start of your turn.
Okay.
This is definitely difficult terrain. On top of that, because it's a strong current, you do have disadvantage. But what would you like to do?
And we're basically on the bottom at this point.
Pretty much. You're about 5 feet above the bottom.
Okay. How far can I shove?
I think that's
Is
a
it 5
strength
feet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shove is
I think it's like 5 plus.
5
Some kind of
feet away
modifier.
and cause it to go prone, and then it's like a DC to shove something.
Hmm. Well, I either want to try to get to the bottom and use it as like a way to put my feet down and push us both to the top, or I basically want to put both my feet on Nina and push her towards the surface.
Okay. Which would you like?
So, if we're 5 feet away from the bottom and I can't really reach it, probably shove.
Okay.
And especially if we're moving and kind of tumultuous, I'm
Tumbling
just gonna
over.
probably do
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So, what would you like me to roll?
Let's make it. Let's make it a athletics.
Okay. And you said disadvantage?
Yeah.
That's not too bad. Okay. So athletics for me is plus 30, so 17 total.
That's pretty good. And that definitely succeeds. You tumbling and rolling in a brief moment. Nathan, you can't determine which way is up, but in a brief moment of stillness, you know you're being dragged backwards. You let go briefly, kick both legs up against Nina, and just shove. Nina, you feel yourself pushed 10 feet upwards. Okay. You're about 5 feet from the surface of the water. Actually, no, because it's all. No, you get right to the surface of the water. I'm sorry. You're right at the surface of the water.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And that'll be his turn.
Okay. Chara.
Oh, and check Discord when you get a second after Chara's turn.
Gotcha. Chara is going to she's just kind of like shit. Ugh. and she pulls her dancing lights closer and pushes them down further, kind of moving them all around. And let's make this a d20 roll to see how successful. Yep. Oh, that's right. Tempo moving the other. She pushes those down, and then the lights catch a large shadow. Rowan, you can see it as well, moving beneath the water very quickly as it moves towards where this large current is moving. Chara is going to go ahead and cast she will do Dissonant Whispers at 3rd level. Oops, that's a saving throw. Well, let me do that first. Oh, it succeeds. 23 damage, but is it half? Yes. So half of 23, so it still takes some damage. Okay. That is her turn. Parsonus.
Let's see. So you can't see it yet. For the most part, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think he might try to cast Ice Knife at this point. And just throw it into the water, into where he sees the shadow of what's under the water. To try to hit it. I don't know if you're going to count the top of the water as surface that it hits, though. So I'll kind of leave that up to you.
Okay. Is that an attack roll or a saving throw?
It's an attack roll.
Okay, go ahead and roll it at disadvantage.
Okay. 11 plus, what is this? Ah. 16 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. And then now it needs to make a dex saving throw.
Okay.
So it'll be
18.
1d10. That passes, I believe, for his saving throws. Yeah, that passes. Means it beats it.
No half damage.
So he just takes the 1d10. Nope, no half damage, but still takes 1d10 for the piercing originally, which
Okay.
is 9. Nice.
9 piercing damage. Okay.
Basically hits and then explodes into ice shards, and none of them really do anything. They just fuzzle away in the water.
Got it. Okay. Rowan.
So the dancing lights made us see silhouette.
Yes, you saw the silhouette of the large form under the water rapidly move past all the lights.
So
You can barely see a portion of it still, especially seeing Parsonus.
Where exactly? So I know if I'm like.
Oh, right about there.
In that field.
Oh, because I'm on GM layer. Here we go. Right about there.
Okay. I will fly to be still the 45 feet up, but over closer to him here. And I'm just going to attempt and see what happens with using a guiding bolt on him. Kind of
Okay.
using seeing the angle that he's moving and shooting, actually like in front, where it's like timing like skeet shooting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would that be with disadvantage?
Yep.
That's up. Guiding bolt. Ooh. 14 to hit.
That misses. As the bolt of the light, this radiant spell, hits into the water, and you see it just briefly pass into the darkness, the form of that dark shadow briefly lighting before disappearing.
And then I'll use the rest of my movement to start moving over towards where I saw Nina and Nathan go into the water.
Okay.
That's nothing.
Nina.
Okay. So I've just broken the surface, you said, or I'm 5 feet from it?
You're right at the surface.
Right at the surface. Okay. I think I kind of like pop up just for a second out of pure shock and that initial kick of my fear. And then realize Nathan is not right behind me anymore and have to kind of like swallow that, and I will immediately fly down into the water, kind of propelling myself with that spell to try and catch him. And similarly doing a dash action if I can grab onto his hand to pull him back up, so we're at least both at the surface.
Okay. Diving under the water, it does grasp at you.
Mm-hmm.
And it is difficult terrain. You did not start your turn there. So you dive under, you get down to him and grasp him. I mean, you have movement of 60 feet anyway, so you would easily get to him and...
Like, I'm okay with us continuing to be pulled by the current towards this whirlpool. I just want us to be both at the surface for breathing. So, like, that's
Okay.
just my goal, is to get us up, heads above water.
You start to pull him upwards. As you break the surface of the water, Nina, does a 19 hit you?
Is this a spell or something
Nope.
I can use a reaction against?
It's a physical bite attack.
Okay, then my protective wings are around us, and it does not hit, because I have an AC of 20 right now.
Okay. And Nathan, they rolled a natural 20 on his for a total of 28.
Oh yeah, that hits.
So the wings come out, wrap around you, and as one of the wings comes through, this head just bursts through it, almost like shattering the wing, and it bites into you for a total of 14 piercing.
I actually totally lied, too. It only gives me +4, not +5, so 19 still hits me.
Okay, so both of the wings just kind of fizzle out as these Hydra heads, each two different ones, snap at both of you, and you take 10 piercing.
Okay, I'll make that concentration check. Yeah, I make that, so we're still flying.
Okay. As
Just hear Nathan take like a huge gasp of breath when his head comes out for that split second.
Yeah. Okay. Tempo.
Yeah, seeing
Oh,
that
sorry.
no
Did you
one
want us to
has-
make grapple checks?
They are not grappling you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, just wanted to check.
No, you're good.
And really quick, I don't think I have anything. Yeah, no bonus actions from me, so that is my turn.
Okay.
Seeing as no one has followed me, I will head back.
Poor Tempo. Oh.
I notice I am alone.
Don't touch that. Wait. What am I? Wait, where did you go? Why am I not touching the thing?
Yeah, so heading in here. Okay, I can't see anyone still from this vantage point. Oh, I can. But I don't see Nina and Rowan, nor do I see a silhouette.
Mhm.
I'll shout out. Where are Nina and Rowan? Sorry, Nina and Nathan. Well, not Rowan. I see Rowan right there. Shoot.
Rowan's like,
Chase blindness, sorry.
Chara's just like points towards where she last saw them drop or get chucked into the water,
Which is which direction?
which
it-
is right about, I believe it was about here.
Okay. I think from here I'll hold an Eldritch Blast for if I see it emerge. this turn.
Emerge. Okay.
Yep. Let's make up.
Jeez. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how many. Good God. Okay. Oops. Okay. This thing is going to. Ooh. Okay. It's going to make 8 attacks. 4 on Nina and 4 on Nathan.
Cool.
First on Nathan. It has grown many heads in this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. The first on Nina.
18 and above.
So 15 misses, 26 hits for 7 piercing, 21 hits for 6 piercing, and 24 hits for 14 piercing on you, Nina.
Oh, you said Nathan or Nina?
Nina, I'm sorry, Nina first.
How much was all of that? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
13 and 14, so it should have been a 27.
Total?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Nathan, what you said 18 and above?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. First 2 hit. For 15 piercing and 13 piercing, so 28 piercing.
And mine were 3 separate attacks or 2 separate? I
4.
have to roll concentration checks, so I can't have
Oh,
things bundled up.
it was-
So
It was
Oh.
3 separate hits.
Yeah,
Okay.
3 hits.
I and half the damage, right? So 10. is the minimum on all of
1, 2,
those?
3, 4. Let's see. Yours
Yep.
was yeah.
Okay, and I maintain concentration on all of those, just barely on the last one.
Okay. And that is its turn. Nathan, are you gripped onto Nina in any way?
Nina
I think
hasn't let
she's
go of
holding
him.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the start of your turn, you are both dragged, tr- tumbling, dragged back underwater about 5 feet, pulled towards this whirlpool. And it's the start of your turn, Nathan. What would you like to do?
And we still have fly.
Correct. Yep. I've managed to maintain my concentration on it.
I think his main effort is to get them both in the air and above the water by a long margin.
Okay.
So he'll probably use action to dash and get the 120 feet and try to just grab her and get both of us in the air.
Okay. With 120 feet worth, even at disadvantage and difficult terrain, you both can absolutely get pulled up. In this area, the ceiling is only about 20 feet above the water.
Okay.
So
Can
you,
we fly back out towards where the ships are, maybe? With that?
yeah, you get towards the ceiling, and you can probably, we'll say, yeah, you guys get as far as soon as you break the water, you can probably get to there.
Okay. And that'll be his turn.
Okay. Excellent. Chara, seeing the two of you suddenly burst free, coming, just flying full dash forward, she grasps Parsonus' hand and just says, "Let's go." She is going, her and Parsonus are both. They are going to move their full movement and dash. Oh, that's right. They have fly too.
Yeah, we all got that super speed right now.
Yeah.
It's so nice. I'm not gonna be able to go back. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
So they get to about there with dash. Okay, that is their turn. Rowan.
I will fly over towards taking a quick look at their condition, see if they need assistance to be able to continue flying, and seeing that they look. I don't know if you want me to do a check or if it's put it up like they seem to be
I mean,
Nina's
yeah.
totally fine.
okay. Then I'm booking it using.
Oh,
I don't know about Nathan. Nathan's taken a lot more than
Yeah,
Nina has, and he-
Nathan's looking
yeah.
bloodied.
But knowing how he is, like,
Mm-hmm.
I move forward and I can actually get a little bit further.
Okay.
So,
Nina.
Is there any sign of this thing?
At the moment, no.
Okay. I think she says, "Come on, let's go." But the moment I see it, I'm gonna roast this motherfucker. And I will take my action. I'm gonna move up to here, but I'm keeping an eye behind us, and I
Okay.
have a 6th level Scorching Ray held, which is 7 fire things. And all this time, she is focusing on trying to turn it into lightning like she did before. So all of those will be lightning if I get them off.
Dragon Mama Pissy. All
She's
right.
just tired of being
Yeah.
surprised.
Tempo.
Yeah, seeing Nina come this way, Nathan behind, I think I will even move up just slightly here. And yeah, I'll just hold and I'll just blast for it if this thing emerges to make sure Nathan gets out safely.
I
Okay.
guess I also wouldn't have left Nathan so far, so if I can only move half movement with him, I would only move my 30 feet and drag him with me.
Okay. Do you resist at all, Nathan?
No, not at all.
Okay. At the moment, you all are out of its range. Is the intent to continue to move forward and out?
I think so. Like, I'm only holding things if this thing chases us down.
Okay. Then we will drop initiative. And you all continue to make your way forward. I'm going to group you all up again here.
Do we pass by that altar thing that Tempo saw?
Yes. Yes. So, yeah, you would see it as you pass by. And it looks very familiar.
Is that tentacle statue still there? Or is it
Don't
just steps
see
that
it
we
there.
see? Okay. But I haven't heard the voice of my mom since that original time.
Correct.
I think Nina grits her teeth, says, fucking heebie-jeebies, and we'll keep going.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. The majority of you fly into the next room. I'll need everyone but Tempo and Rowan to roll me a d6.
6.
A 2.
Okay.
Cutting it close there.
Char rolled a 5. What about Parsonus?
He is going to roll also a 2.
Okay. You all come into this cavern area. The rain has stopped. There is no rain in this area, but there is this mist kind of atmosphere along the top. And the surface of the water is rolling, undulating in these big waves.
I don't think that there's any treasure. There's probably just more monsters. Rowan, you said you heard something back the way we came. Do we want to see if there's a way to circle back around? Like, keep going straight and back?
We can try. There's also another way out of the chamber where we saw Gar.
So
I say
go
we
back
keep
over
going
the-
this way.
Yeah.
I say we keep going this way and see what lies ahead first. And if we want to return to try and destroy that altar, we do that afterwards, at least.
It felt welcoming, but it also felt unreal now that I can think about it, so it's definitely not a good thing.
But I say we keep pushing on while we can still fly for a couple more minutes.
Yeah, next flat ground we should probably re-up.
Okay. Sorry.
Flying up.
Yeah.
After
Yeah.
you talked about your vision, Nina, like Rowan would have said, like, yeah, had the same thing, just back in that room with seeing my mom.
And it's definitely tapping into some of our traumas then, because that's what I heard too. So
Yeah.
I kind of turned back to Nathan, who I know has been hanging back. Come on, don't do that.
All right.
Continue into the next room. Pretty rapidly flying.
Yeah. You all get into the next area. You see the current moving towards the waterfall. You fly up and over, and you see two passages, one moving to the east, one moving southwest, and just a small little island in the middle. The water just kind of sluggishly moving around it, except where it gathers to plunge down the waterfall. Would you guys like to go east or west?
Does any of this look familiar? Like, it doesn't seem like this is an extension or one of the other passageways. Because, like, when we came down here originally, we saw that first floating orb, the big stairwell that Tempo slid down, right? And there were multiple branches off that.
Yeah.
This doesn't look like we've seen anything, right? Though we're not heading back.
From this angle, it does not look familiar.
Okay. And how long would you say, 10 minutes wise, it took for us to like investigate the shipwrecks before we fought the Hydra? So I know how soon we need to re-fly.
It probably took about, we'll say about 4 minutes investigating, and then you guys probably did a fight worth of, at best, a minute.
Okay. Yeah, we're about halfway through my concentration on fly, so up to you if we push ahead, or...
I still have a few minutes left up then as well.
Alright.
I think mine is still from right when Nina got possessed, which is like 2 minutes ahead of that.
Oh boy.
So as all of you come into this area, go ahead and roll me a d6.
Or...
Sure,
Two.
I got a 4. 2?
5 for me. Parsonus got a 3.
Okay,
5 for me.
excellent. Parsonus and Chara, you see they fly over towards this little island, and you see as Parsonus kind of suddenly touches down onto the ground and just kind of stands there breathing for a moment. Hands go on his hip as he looks either way. All right, which way? Right or left?
Can we tell, I know you said that the currents are bonkers right now because of that water plane. Liza's instinct looking at this map is that left leads us back down the other way that the exit out of Gar's room would have gone. Is there any way for Nina to try to like figure that out based on like the ebb and flow or the strength of a current pulling in one way or the other?
Yeah, let's make it a survival check, because it's kind of the in
that's
that realm.
17.
Ooh. The way the water is flowing, you see it coming in and moving down and then sluggishly past. You
Okay.
get the idea. From where you entered, there was a large waterfall coming from up above.
Mm-hmm.
And the water moved down and outward. You gather heading east is the safer bet.
Okay. I'd communicate that to the party.
East is back the way we started.
Yeah.
Do we want to just pop in and see what lies west, or do we just want to move out?
How is Nathan looking?
How
Full
is
of
Nathan
holes.
looking?
Full of holes.
Lot of hide your teeth holes.
Yeah. Okay. One sec.
But I think at this point, I don't know if you want to do a perception or medicine versus my deception, because he's trying to hide it.
I would say, Liza, yours would be perception. Rowan would probably be medicine.
Oh, that's so bad.
Medicine.
I got a 6.
Got a dirty 20 for deception.
Are you kidding me? 10 for medicine because I rolled shit. I have a +8.
Yeah.
And honestly, yeah, performance and deception would be the same for me either way. So dirty 20.
Yep. You managed to hide it from us.
Okay.
I still. She knows you got bit a bunch of times though, because she also got bit a bunch of times. But yeah, you're hanging tough. Nathan doing what Nathan does.
Nathan got Nathan.
I'll say, or if we stop, I think I might be able to look around without risking us going in anywhere.
So we pause here on the island. Okay.
This doesn't hurt to take a breather, gather our wits back.
It's been a long 5 minutes.
Well, we're also a little on edge, right? So at least I am. I just
Okay. You guys are taking how long of a break?
Oh,
Just-
just dropping
not a
concentration
rest or anything?
essentially. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
just dropping down, and I am going to use a new Warlock invocation. Visions of Distant Realms allows me to cast Arcane Eye without expending a spell slot. So, Arcane Eye pretty much lets me create an eye invisible that I can see through, and lasts for an hour. I concentrate on it, and I can move it. It can't pass through solid things, but it can move up through openings as small as 1 inch, and I can move it 30 feet a turn. So I can stay here and send this invisible eye down any pathways and corridors and see what lies that way.
Okay. Okay. How far can it move?
It moves 30 feet around. There's no
30 feet?
distance, so every
Okay.
minute it can go 300 feet. So it's not as fast as us flying around, but it's still pretty
Okay.
brisk. Should only take a few minutes to, I don't know, look down into the chamber with the altar, and then also like west. I want to look. First, I'll look west of here, but I want to like use this to see what lies in the altar room, and then down where we fought Old Hydra to the west of that. I
Okay.
want to try and pretty much explore those.
I'm
from
going
a
to
distance.
move your character so you can kind of see it as we go along.
Cool.
So, first starting west, you
And I'll describe it all like out loud as
as
I
you
am
go.
here.
Yep. You see where the current is kind of pulled along this cavern. Nothing really happens. You don't see anything. But as you come into this other cavern, you see the waterway kind of dead ends in a long cavern where only the distant sound of the falls, the waterfalls, echoes off the walls. You see nets that divide the cavern, spanning the distance between pairs of stalagmites jutting above the water. And as your eye continues to travel, you see several giant crabs crested along the rocky outcropping, just resting there, seemingly picking at things along the wall. And one of them has like a very old skeleton that it's still picking off old pieces of skin off of. And your eye comes to the end of this cavern where you see a set of double doors. Can the eye move through?
Can move through gaps as small as 1 inch. So if there's like a keyhole, maybe it could fit through, but if it's solid rock, cannot move through solid walls.
These doors have neither locks nor keyholes, so it is unable to move through them.
Okay.
So it moves back north, weaving its way back to your party, and then starts to make its way back down.
And I'll relate. This one to the west just leads down. There are some nets to catch things in the water, and it leads to a set of doors in the cliff face that I can't get through.
And then did you want it to head back towards...
First I'll check out the altar room as
Okay.
it's closed. Yeah.
Okay. You see the slimy water that fills this cavern flowing through a hole in the east wall before plunging into the cavernous darkness beyond. Tall, slime-covered columns ascend from the foul water. Each one is decorated with a mosaic depicting elves, dwarves, humans, and other races descending into the fanged maw of a three-eyed tentacled horror at the base of the column. The monster's eyes on this column glitter like gems.
I see a couple little slimy guys over here.
Yeah, you see what looks like two fish-like men, or humanoids. Large, disturbing, medium creatures, but very bulky. Their bulging eyes just blinking of their own volition and looking around, watching this central one that stands before an altar and wears a singular draped, almost like burlap robe, and it holds a staff. And it seems to be performing a sort of ritual.
Okay. I'll say there are a couple of unsavory creatures in here in this room, and there's an altar, and they look like they're in the middle of something.
That's disconcerting.
That is, we might not want to let that happen. Then I'll continue on with the eye. Another minute to circle around west of the room where we fought Bull Hydra.
Okay, so coming back out past the shipwrecks, where you now see two of the heads of this Hydra swimming past these ships, surfaced, and just kind of resting before one of them dips below the waterline and only the singular one remains.
It's tired. We put it through a lot.
And you said west of Hydra's lair. Smart. As your arcane eye does not need to roll a d6. Coming into this cavern, up and over, well, actually the water crested right at the edge, so the water is not plunging down into Hydra's cavern. It is very leveled, and water's kind of back flowing a bit, seemingly unaware of where to go. But what you see as you come into this cavern, the ceiling of this large water-filled cavern is about 30 feet above the water surface. In the middle of the cavern, two rocky plateaus rise about 20 feet above the water. Atop each plinth crouches a humanoid with slimy, translucent skin. And the water is back-flowing a bit before pushing back towards where you just came.
Okay. So there's something on the south here. So this is okay. So this is like okay. This is one of the rocky islands. I just can't see on top of it.
Yeah.
This site. Okay. So it goes around there. What do the figures look like?
They look like humanoids, but their skin is translucent.
Okay. And they're just they're just chilling. They're just hanging out.
Yeah, they are just crouched atop of these plinths.
Okay, and it appears there's another waterfall to the north of here. It's the only other exit. So I'll head that way.
Okay. Heading into that area, you see stalactites cover the ceiling of this cave, which slopes down towards the south that you just came up. Embankments skirt the edges, and small flat stones rise from the water, which is about 5 feet deep. Tiny white fish move through the shallows, darting over glittering coins visible beneath the water.
Shallow pool full of coins in the water, which is weird. Alright then. Continue heading through. Up north further.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Heading north. You come into an area where the water is just calm and still, barely sluggishly moving. And as you kind of dip the eye under the water a bit, you see a sunken stone idol of branching tentacles. They convene at the top around a circular fanged mouth, and you see several of those fish humanoid creatures just swimming around it. And you see a line of colonnades supporting this arched pediment and two doors.
This is the farthest I can go here. And more of those unsavory fish creatures swimming around this idol-looking thing gives me the creeps. And there's another set of doors. I bet the other set of doors I saw earlier connects down. Down between. That must be where... I mean, I haven't seen anywhere that they... like... Gar would have stayed. Or anyone, really. I don't imagine they slept on the water. So... I imagine that must be behind these doors. But regardless, there's a creepy altar and idol that I don't love leaving behind here.
Do we recognize the description of this idol?
Very much so. As Tempo is describing it, you all kind of have, those of you that saw it in the vision, see flashes of it.
I guess what I'm asking though is like, because Liza recognizes what this creature is, I think, based on description. Would Nina have any recollection of what this is, or is this creature too far out there for us to really know?
I don't think any of you would know anything about this creature.
Okay. As far as we can recall, Gar's only interest was in unleashing Ol Hydra, and that's done. We've banished her. This next idol, it could be part of the Deceiver's plan or something to do with the Chained One, but it could be something else altogether different. Rowan, you said you heard a scream in the other direction? My instinct says to go that way first. To go back, figure out what that was, because it's somehow tied to what we're currently doing. I don't like leaving the idol either, but we've got much bigger problems, I think, than some fishmen worshipping it. Stone down here. Actual things have been unleashed above ground.
Alright.
That's just my take, though. This isn't a dictatorship. We can vote.
I'm fine with that. Would like to see what's behind those doors. Just don't know what it could be, but either way.
Okay. Which way do you... Oh, go ahead, Rowan.
I can technically, if we feel comfortable being here, I can always do a commune and ask questions about the idol and the door. And try to get us a better direction.
We haven't heard anything in the time that Tempo was using her ability to do that. Just here on the island, there hasn't really been any other sounds other than water, right?
Yep.
How long will it take?
I mean, it's just a minute to cast it.
I think that's worth the risk. Same with the Arcane Eye. I think we need to stop going in blind.
Okay.
I agree.
While you're working on that, I can look back the way we passed before. That guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
So,
send back that eye to the chamber with the methods
Oh.
and
got it.
dude.
Okay. While the eye is moving, Rowan, you cast your spell.
So it's basically yes or no questions.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Is there a certain way you want me to phrase it? Like, I'll just say, should we destroy the idol? You want me to ask it like that?
Be like, maybe we could wrap the idol and the altar into one. Would it be a? Would it pose a danger to the surface to leave this altar and idol undisturbed?
Okay, I can start with that. So that will be the first question. I kind of just sit down. I'll probably pull out some incense. Well, I have to. I incense and some holy water and just kind of like focus on the sounds of the water flowing around us, and then reach out and ask the question.
Okay. Who are you reaching out to?
God.
Which one?
Yeah, right. Why do I have to choose?
Yeah, see who answers. Just call it to everybody.
Reen all. Yeah. Is it the conference call?
What do you mean I have to choose? Gods are fighting for my faith, right? They get to show up and
I feel like she would probably actually focus on Coronius in this instance because of how much of a connection with Amruta and everything that's happened down here in the previous. And this is kind of more geared towards like that type of fight where the other side is more about protecting people in a different sense versus outright war. So she'd probably reach out to Herodias about it.
Okay. You focus, settle your mind, reach out for that spirit that you know, chivalry, war, justice. And you find the link is so distant and weak. You're struggling to bind to it.
The weakening. Is that
that's not good.
X?
Heronius seems far from your grasp in the moment.
I can't get a reach to Heronias or
What?
I think the deities are in trouble. It's just the connection, it's almost non-existent. I just don't feel anything.
Must have to do with the weakening. All the religious people were having troubles. The priests and such dying, locking themselves in rooms. That's not good.
As you say that, Tempo, your vision is drawn back to the eye as it crests the corner into this frosty, mist-filled cave where icicles and water crystals glitter along the ledges of the ceiling, the walls. You see the central aisle with a stone-carved throne, and you see the individual, the bare-chested man wearing an eye patch, standing against the back wall. The white icicle ice mephits. Some of them you don't even see until you hear a cracking and see a shifting of the head that differentiates them from the rest of the ice along the wall. But your focus is on this individual at the back. Standing before one of the 5 humans spread-eagled against the far wall, frozen to its surface. Some of them, their skin black from frostbite. You see one of the individuals that he stands before is hung upside down. Ice bracing him against the wall. His skin is black and blue. The lips frozen blue. Looks pained and on the verge. And you see where one of his arms was a blackened stub, where there is just a spread of blood against the wall that has seeped into the ice. And it has just stopped bleeding and congealed and frozen over into like blood crystals along the blackened stub. And you see the individual just gasping for breath. This is not someone you've ever seen before.
Okay. This ice cultist has 5 prisoners, it looks like, being tortured on the wall that we passed in our haste. I think that, and if we leave the altar and idol, perhaps we clear them out, see what's beyond the door, and then leave.
While this is happening, like while Rowan's trying to cast her spell, while Temple's looking at this, I think Nina has turned to Nathan and just quietly, for his ears only, just kind of asks, "Are you okay? Truly."
I think when you get close enough, it's when you do hear he's like,
Yeah.
and trying to breathe through what sounds like a lot of broken ribs.
Fuck, Nathan. I will kind of come up and try to inconspicuously just kind of like hold onto your arms and, you know, rub them as if like you would when someone's cold, right? To bring warmth back to them. But I will cast a 4th level Cure Wounds. I think I have 4 here. Where's my other D?
This is not the time to be feeling the
12, 15, 20 points of healing.
Okay. And I think he'll kind of like feel that and just, you might need that for what's to come.
I'll be alright. I need you. Not my magic. And then Tempo kind of says that. Alright, fuck. Ritual, altar, cultists. Did the ritual seem like there was magic going on, or did it seem more like a worship? Does that make sense? Was it a
Mhm.
ritual of reverence or a ritual of summoning?
What was my vibe on that? Should I make like a insight check or
Oh, vibe check.
vibe check?
Yeah, vibe
I'm
check.
maxed out. I have expertise in vibes.
Excellent.
So,
We do actually have a vibe check that was added.
well,
It's kind of the
um,
same thing. We just really like vibe check.
well, I rolled a 5 on the dice. So
Plus.
for insight.
Yeah.
Or, 0.
Okay.
And that's low enough that I'm not going to bother trying to add stuff to it.
Yeah, you're not sure. You've never really seen fish
people
humanoids like this
worshipped.
before. Yeah, you've seen plenty of odd things, but this is new.
I say rescue first, kill after.
Okay. Fly again?
I agree, and I think so. I just 1 second. She kind of steals herself, and I'm gonna use a bonus action to convert some sorcery points into a spell slot to basically get back that spell slot I just used on Nathan. And then turn around and use it to cast fly.
I can
on-
cast it on 3 people, so you only need to hit 3 people. There's
Yep.
no- Yep.
Yep. So I'll hit myself, Rowan, and Nathan again.
Okay. Then I will cast fly on myself, Arsonist, and Chara
Okay.
once again.
Okay.
Alright. With that, we'll start to make your way back the familiar path, heading east. Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? This seems like a good opportunity for it.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So,
Have you seen there's a meme that went around about like what they used to say about D&D in like the 80s during the Satanic Panic about like it teaches you about, and it gave this long list. The reply was like, if I knew that's what I'd learned, I would have been playing it a lot sooner.
I wore my barbarian sweatshirt the other day when walking the dogs, and the old ladies that I always take Maisie to see, she was like, "What is that shirt about?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a D&D reference." Da, da, da. She's like, "Oh, you have to be smart to play that, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess there's math involved." And she's like, "Oh yeah, because I knew this guy when I was younger, and he was a total jackass." He was like, "You know, it's a gateway to the devil, yada yada yada." And I just said, "My kids aren't smart enough to play that game. They're fine."
oh,
So funny.
okay. Coming back. Tempo, how long does your eye last? Did you say 10 minutes?
An hour. Basically
hour.
forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Forever
So-
in D&D terms is an hour. Absolutely.
In this
Yeah.
case, yeah.
Yeah.
So
And I can do it without us. Yeah, not that it's relevant right now, but I can do it without a spell slot, so I can have it up all the time. But I guess that puts like a maximum distance on how far away it can get from me, in
okay.
theory. But like, it just lasts for an hour, so
And it's not concentration.
it is concentration.
Okay,
So
so it goes away
I
with
dropped
flying.
it when I started flying.
Got it. Okay. However, the party is traveling towards you, so I'm not even going to bother moving your character as they and you all head back the way you originally came, flying down until you get to about here. And we'll say, you know that down around this area is where the cavern is of the ice mephits, and where this man individual is.
All right, quietly get the jump on him again.
Yeah. Just fly around the corner, guns blazing.
I think so.
All right.
Okay. Everyone roll me stealth checks.
Oh, a natural one.
Ditto.
Wow.
3 for a total of 9. Ditto on natural 1. I'm not gonna bother doing anything because there's nothing I can do.
Dirty 20.
How's Rowan?
I'm right? What is happening?
Nina
Oh.
and Nathan just completely run into a wall. It's fine.
Rowan or Char got an 8.
Oh yeah, we're not being stealthy
Yeah.
about this at all.
Yeah, I'm.
We're fast. We're speedy.
I
They
don't even.
have
I don't
to
think
hear
there's
from it.
anything Parsonus could do to make this even better. So don't even bother rolling for him. Yeah. Okay. So, is the plan everyone's going around the corner, guns blazing?
Yep.
Okay. Let's go ahead then and have everyone. Why did I just delete everyone? That was dumb. I'll go ahead and re-add everyone and just have you roll initiative because they most definitely heard you coming. You are not going to get a surprise round on them.
I thought I rolled another natural 1, but it was a 7. So for a total of 9. I was like, don't make me miss a round. God damn it.
I rolled another natural 3, so big
Oh,
5.
Oh,
I
okay.
also rolled a 3
Wow.
or 12.
Maybe we should just leave.
Why is Rowan the highest with an 11? This is
It's 5. It's wow.
And let's see. Parsonus.
recall, like 5 methods go, and they all head up, and
Chara.
they hit us all with their ice breath. All 5 of them.
Drops us immediately.
We're all dead.
Oh God.
They heard guns blazing and they were just already
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
They got the surprise round on us.
Okay.
Oh, do you use new creatures that we haven't fought yet?
No, these are the ones that you guys did while Nina and Nathan zipped past. So-
Yeah.
The ice
was-
or what
Yeah.
creatures?
We did
Yeah,
a
it
bit
was-
of a drive-by, pretty much.
Rowan, you kind of got, everyone else was like flying past. You kind of got caught in the web of these ice methods that kind of came around you. So, but you were able to dart past eventually. But you have fought these things.
Okay, the first round didn't make them seem like too power, or they're kind of.
They're brutal if they. I think you saw one of them explode, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they have some AOE stuff, but I wouldn't say that they're impossible in our current state.
Yeah. They feel halfish challenging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't get close.
Don't get
is kind of
overwhelmed
the-
by
yeah,
them.
Yeah.
exactly.
You don't want to
Yeah.
be there when they die.
Yeah.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. So, guess I should go back to this. Top of the round. Oh,
Oh, do you want us to actually move into the mouth where we said we were going to be? And
yeah, I'm gonna have you guys go like right here.
perfect. Okay.
Probably. Right there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Choke point.
It is the Ice
We're all
Method's
flying.
turn.
That's a good point. We're just a wall of people.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, it's like, what's your marching order? What's your, like, totem order?
Oh man, I kind of wish I hadn't even deleted that.
Did you not expect us to go back? Why would we do that?
Why?
Unpredictable.
I do think we said we were leaving at the end of last session, and we just
So-
changed our mind. So
Road
This
over the
ice
question.
method-
We can't let these people suffer.
Instantly, a cloud of fog just bursts from it. This rush of mist and haze that moves forward, almost like bursts against some invisible thing, folds backwards on itself and spreads into this kind of circular fog cloud. Okay, that is its turn. And one of them, the fog kind of congeals together, and then through it, as it parts, one of these faces, this icicle face, just bursts through it, and it is going to cast Frost Breath. I will need dexterity saving throws from. Oh god. It's a cone. Everyone but Chara.
$10.
16.
8 from Parsonus, 23 from Nathan.
Okay. By the way, Parsonus's health is at 50, just as an FYI.
Oh, when did he get hit?
You don't know?
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. The DC
Your guns do something to devils and demons, don't they?
is a What am I looking at? 10. DC's 10. So,
Oh, cool.
Easy.
Arsonist didn't make it, right?
yeah, he
I-
failed.
Rowan didn't either.
Ooh, okay. For 5 cold damage.
Oh, doesn't matter for persons.
Do we take half damage on a successful save?
Yes. So, 2.
But we still have to make
Imagine-
concentration checks.
Imagine this
so
guy knocks us all out of the air.
Yeah.
I make mine with a 3 on the dice, but cons I'm proficient in, so I have a +7.
Nice.
So
I have resilient, and now I also have warcaster. So if I fail this, it was meant to happen. No, that's fine. So, number. 16.
It's one of those times when you roll 2 nat ones.
Oh, gosh.
could it happen? Yep.
That happened.
20, 25, 30.
That's a crazy world to live in. This guy comes up and breathes on us. 6 of us drop into the water.
Oh fuck! This is nuts.
Okay. That is the Ice Mephit's turn. Parsonus.
I'm gonna say he probably just mage armors Kara again. I think that's gonna be the immediate start of that round.
Doesn't mage armor last for 8
That's
hours?
for 8 hours.
And it's not concentration, so she'd still have it on, I think.
Yeah, I don't see the concentration, so it should be okay.
Yeah. You could actually cast it on himself with now if he needs it and double dip. No?
For me?
No. Okay.
Yeah, he could.
Or temple.
Yeah. I don't know. See, himself and Chara, I think he knows. I just don't think he knows tempo enough to know whether that would make a difference or not. And that's the deciding factor for that. So
Yeah.
he'll probably do it on himself and get him up
Yeah.
to 15.
Okay. Nathan.
This is one of those, like, I would like to cast it on you, but he doesn't know if you're wearing armor or not, or what you're...
Yeah, he's not familiar. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Could I get by everybody? I think that's going to be the deciding factor in what Nathan does.
Yes, you can move through party members easily.
We're also
Or over
flying,
under us.
so
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're just this synchronistic like flight dance now.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, you just see him just... and disappears into the cloud. And then he'll pull life and pop one shot into each of these members.
Okay. You cannot see the one oh yes, you can.
Blind light.
Do it. Do your thing.
So this guy is a nat 20. And the other guy, I only rolled a 12.
Okay.
And I don't know if that hits.
That does hit.
Okay.
My
I
little
rolled a natural
guys.
2 on the dice. So that's going to be.
Ice Muppets just
16.
look like grumpy old men to me. I can't like unsee them as just these grumpy.
22, 23.
I love them.
Me too. Muppets are one of my favorite creatures, actually.
They're so
So the one in front of
great.
Nina takes 29 bludgeoning damage.
Excellent. The
And then the one above Nathan
Uh-huh.
takes 12.
okay.
bludgeoning.
The ice mephit in front of you, Nina, suddenly explodes. I will need you and Nathan and Chara to make dexterity saving throws.
Dirty 20 from me. And I maintain concentration if I have to take half damage.
And that's a 15 from me.
Okay, all three of you make it. So half damaged, 1d8. 6, so you take 3 slashing damage.
Yeah, I definitely still maintain fly, so we're good.
Okay. Anything else, Nathan?
That's everything.
Oh, and this one definitely is dead. Okay. Rowan.
Okay, so based on seeing that, I know that the explosion is roughly just, you gotta be pretty darn close. It's basically a 5-foot radius.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you saw the ice shards explode, and they only seemed to barely hit the people that were within 5 feet of it.
so, with that in mind, I'm gonna take a chance. I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians around myself, which is a 15-foot radius.
Okay.
I noticed on the 2024 Spirit Guardians, you don't have to see people to designate them to not be affected.
That
It's funny.
that would have been
Yeah, considering that was a last time you were here, Rowan, you cast Spirit Guardians in similar circumstances, but you couldn't see any of us, so you had to be very careful in the following.
not to hit us. Yeah.
I mean,
said-
I got that base questions like, is Nathan gonna be out of this? Like, you know?
Yeah, because you technically cannot see him. You don't know. I mean, your spirits are not hitting the cloud, the fog cloud that he disappeared into. So you gather at the moment he's not going to be hit by it.
Have faith that your benevolent God will let you use the 2024 rules.
And I'm just gonna, you know, kamikaze in.
Just run into the fog cloud with Spirit Gardens.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
You have seen this area before, so you kind of know where to go. Let's just, for the fun of it, roll me a history check to see how well you do.
okay.
How well you recall it.
History?
10 long minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I've been rolling like shit. 16.
Okay. Yeah, you recall it pretty well.
So I'm like, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me.
Mhm.
And then, 5, 10, 15. I'm basically going to go over there
Yay.
and they're like, come at me, bro.
Okay.
That's my shirt.
Excellent. Nina.
Unlike these guys, I paid no attention to this thing. But I'm reckless, so I will also charge in blindly. I'm gonna stick near this wall though, so I'm trying to feel around this wall.
Okay.
And the moment I kind of get within, when I'm right next to him, can I see him even within, we're partially within this fog cloud? If he's like right up next to me?
You can't see him, but bump into him.
Oh, perfect. Cool. I will. We'll risk it. We're gonna try a firebolt at disadvantage because he's close, right next to me. It's technically a ranged attack.
Can I use my reaction to take away her disadvantage? By grabbing her hand and pointing it at the Murfret that's sitting right there?
Yes, but it'll also use your bonus action.
Sure.
Okay.
That's a nat 20
Absolutely.
then.
Fuck you. My little ice pebbles. All right.
All right, so I said firebolt, so that's 3d10. Where's my other one? Why can I not? There it is.
DM's gonna stop being nice.
Nah, I love it. It's a great
14,
story.
14 points. Oh no, 14 plus 5. 19 points of fire damage.
You and Nathan, I need you to roll dexterity saving throws.
Wow, that was all sorts of crushed, only to be cocked. 15?
Okay.
8.
Excellent. Nathan, you fail. Nathan, you take 7 points of slashing. Nina, you take 3.
Okay, and I made my concentration check, so we're still good there.
Okay. These
All
ice
right.
shards just explode against your face. Nina, you knew it was coming, especially with your hand out, half blocking your face.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, you had your concentration on helping guide her. The full blast of those ice shards just slam against you.
Cool. And then I will use the rest of my movement to continue feeling along the wall, assuming that this kind of goes inward. So that was 5, 10, 15, and I'll just essentially get face to face with this guy and wait it out. That's my turn.
Chara. I'm Chara. She is going to... Ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. As she just reaches over, Tempo, you feel a hand press against you, and you see almost like a little spirit-like ball of light kind of thread along her arm, and then it just wraps around you, kind of going along your shoulders, and she's going to cast Bardic Inspiration on you. That is a D10.
For any d20 roll?
Blah, blah, blah. Ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
How long does it last?
10 minutes.
Cool. Forever.
Yeah, down here, yeah. And actually, I'm going to do one thing real quick. Nope, nothing happens. Tempo, it is your turn.
Okay. I have seen this area before, so I am going to just fly straight through. 30 till I emerge on the other side of the fog right here.
Okay.
35 feet.
Straight through? Like, show me your path if you can.
Yeah.
Just because there is, now that you're breaking free.
Measure, something like here. Pretty much straight through like this.
Okay. This one is going to get an opportunity attack on you.
Cool.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, it misses. As you burst free from the cloud, you just see this ice, like, claws of white that sweep at you, and you just almost like as you're flying, kind of side sweep and just drift backwards.
Okay. And I see these Muppets, and I see mean guy in the back. What's he? Is he doing anything with these torturees?
You see him back against the wall. He has like kind of one arm up on the wall, almost like lording over this one individual. And as he sees you burst through, his arm drops and he squares up, looking towards you.
Okay. Um. I would like to back up 5 feet here, and then cast Synaptic Static. Center. Oh, wait, I can measure with a circle tool, can't I? Somehow, line, circle, 20-foot radius.
I love that spell.
Shoop. Yeah. Well, if I do this. If I do
You
this,
get
can
all
I hit
three.
all 4?
Do you get to choose
Which 3?
who it hits in that radius, or like does anyone within that radius get hit?
It would be, I'm pretty sure it's anyone within that radius. That's why I backed up. So I
Okay.
don't hit myself. Each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere.
Okay.
Yep.
It will hit
Oh,
probably
they're,
two of
where are
the.
the people on the wall?
So yeah, I don't really have them marked. There's definitely one here, one here, one over here,
Okay.
and one over here, and one here.
Okay. If I do the center here, then
Mm-hmm.
am I hitting any of them there?
No.
Okay.
Just
that.
barely missing them.
Yeah, I'll do it right in the center there then, hitting big guy on these 2 ice methods, and presumably not hitting the ice method close to the fog cloud. Yeah, I will cast Synaptic Static. So I believe it's intelligence saving throw.
Oh.
Yes.
Ice methods. They rolled a 0.
That fails.
And the Eye of Anguish. 11.
That also fails. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually own 8d6. That's sick. Wow, I have more than 8d6. I'm like spoiled for choice on which dice I roll. It's been years, I think, since I've cast like a fireball or synaptic static. So I'm excited.
I love Synaptic Static as a player. The DM, that I fucking hate that spell.
Oh,
Such a good
That's how I feel
spell.
about silvery barbs. Like
Oh
I'm like,
my
as a player,
God.
fucking love it. As a DM,
Yep.
I want to throw it
It's-
out.
Yep.
Banned in my Monday campaign.
Yeah.
Oh.
25 psychic damage, and minus 1d6 from attack rolls and ability checks, and Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. Very specific.
Tempo. Every individual within this synaptic strike you are about to cut their lifeline. Go ahead and describe to me how these three individuals, how you see it happening.
Uh-huh. I think essentially what happens is all these spirits that are floating around me kind of I gesture to the point, and they all explode outwards and then head into these creatures, and they just wreak havoc within them before bursting out at different times.
These spirits in 3 points burst outward, slamming into these three creatures. The ice methods, you see their form vibrating, almost like this kind of static, echoey, reverb type of sound wave that hits them. The ice turns to water, back to ice, fluctuates before it shatters, and the ice methods explode. The Eye of Anguish, these spirits slam into him, throws him back against the wall, arms splayed, head bouncing backwards, right next to this individual that he was just torturing. And the spirits almost like crawl along him like spiders, but you see burn marks along his skin as they continue their path, and those burn marks start to fluctuate, and you see vibrations starting to shake within his skin as his insides start to reverb as well, until he also just explodes. And the last thing you see from him is the eye patch breaks and falls, and you see a single eye of glowing blue that dims to nothing as the rest of his body falls.
Nice. And then I will dip back right into the fog right here, so they can't see me. Actually, I mean, he'll get an opportunity to attack. It's only these two misfits left. I'll stay right there.
Okay.
That's my go.
Parsonus.
The ice methods were before him. No, they're not gonna go.
Oh, that's right. 'Cause
Yeah, you
I
deleted them.
Deleted them.
Technically, wisdom goes first.
16. Sorry, I'm gonna put them at 17. Let's redo this. Habaja. There we go. Top down. Ice methods.
Top of the round was like top of the morning. Yeah, top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning.
They are in my spirit guardians. So
Yeah.
Con or wisdom?
wisdom save.
$13.
Fail. So they are going to take
Awesome.
12 radiant.
12 radiant damage as these spirits slam against them. This one
Speed is half 2, by the way.
great. Moves right here. You just hear what sounds like the expansion of ice. That crackling sound, and you feel cold as it is going to use, this one has not used its frost breath yet. So I need Nina, Rowan, and Nathan. Make me dexterity saving throws.
That's a 4.
Fail.
6.
16.
Okay, Rowan, you're the only one that saves. So, god damn it. Everyone that failed takes 2 points of slashing damage, cold damage.
I maintain my concentration check.
Rowan, you make one damage.
Still have to maintain your concentration though.
My little ice mephits, he like lets out this breath of cold and then like coughs, almost like a smoker's cough.
Yeah.
I made
Oh, man.
concentration.
Poor baby. Okay. This one is going to make a. That's going to make a claw attack at you. Tempo. 15 to hit.
Hits.
For 5 slashing plus 2 cold.
Cool.
That is its turn.
I remain fine.
Perfect. Parsonus.
I'm gonna say he can't see anything, so probably doesn't do anything.
Okay. Excellent. Nathan. I need you to make your, was it wisdom saving throw?
It wasn't saving
Yep,
throw.
it was. That would be a 2.
Oh boy. Okay, I didn't roll too good, so just 10 damage, 10 radiant.
Nathan's having a rough time down here.
Yeah, I was gonna say he has to shoot past Nina and Rowan, so he's not going to. So he's gonna pass along his turn.
Excellent. Rowan.
Well, he already got into my face. And it's 5 feet from me, so I'm going to use dissonance on this method. in front of me. Um, 14 to hit.
That hits.
Uh, 8 slashing.
Okay, 8 slashing. Dissonance cleaves through this ice mephit, and you see the wing, one of the wings get cleaved off, and a portion of one of its arms as it stumbles and falls to the water, and as its feet touch the water spreads into like a piece of ice that it stands on. This thing looks like it's barely standing.
I will use a war priest to use a bonus action and swoop down and take another swing.
Okay.
Oh, natural 1.
Oh, for a total?
Of 9.
Okay.
If natural 1 is an instant loss, they're not. Never mind.
You swing downward, and as you do, the ice mephit, though very low on health, you go to swing, and as it stills, you almost lose sight of it as you just see ice. And you go to swing, pause for a moment, can't tell what it is. Instead, you swing it around, just stab downwards, and you do not hit. What'd you say?
That's my turn.
Okay. Nina.
Okay, so question. You said it lowered to the water. We're flying.
Mm-hmm.
Am I within physical reach of it? Like, I don't think I can see it, but I'm just
Oh,
curious.
yeah.
Okay, so I can fly out of its range and be okay?
Yes.
Okay. I think she does, because she didn't really see it was there, so it dropped, and so she kind of just keeps moving around. I get out here and see Tempo fighting this thing, so I will move over slightly, and then I will firebolt this for a 23.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah, 16, 5, 21, 26 fire damage to that one.
Tempo, you watch as a cascade of fire, this plume, just envelops this little ice mephit, and you hear it popping and cracking, and when the fire dissipates against the wall and the smoke clears, you see nothing but a pile of water at the bottom. However, that's right, I do need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dirty 20.
Great. Just melts. Anything else, Nina?
I think I'm gonna go. Those 5, 10, 15. I will fly. You said there was one over here, right, on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try inspecting these people who are over here, and I can do that on my next turn. But that'll just be what I'm
Okay.
trying to do.
As you fly over there and look, just upon initial view, the two on this side, here and here, upon quick glance, they look far gone. Eyes
Okay.
glazed over, white, frozen.
Okay. Noted.
Chara is...
Can she dispel this fog cloud? She mentioned earlier she has dispel magic. Is this fog
Oh.
cloud like a spell, or is it a creature thing?
She sure does.
Just throwing it out there. I wasn't-
No, I love when you guys know each other's stuff, because
I only know it because
because
you said it earlier when we had the detect magic conversation.
Oh. 100%. It instantly dispels.
Hell yeah.
As she casts Dispel Magic, and the fog cloud just drops into the water. That is her turn. Tempo.
With the fog cloud dropping, I will simply blast this last guy into tomorrow. So, Eldritch Blast. One of those is a natural 20. The other two are 20 and 22s to hit. So,
Yeah.
let's see how much
Tell
damage.
me. Tell me you don't even have to roll damage. This guy has 1 hit point
damage.
left.
They're very dead. Yeah, they just pass straight through it in 3 different points, leaving like massive holes at 3 different parts of their head and torso that start to fragment to the outside, and they just disintegrate.
And you said you rolled a natural 20 on it?
There was one, yes.
Okay. As it explodes, Rowan, roll me a dexterity saving throw with advantage. As Tempo took out so much of this individual, there's very little left to actually explode.
Dirty 20.
Yeah. Portions of this individual just shatter against the back wall. Pieces of it that even try to come towards you almost melt, and you just feel pieces of water hitting you. As we drop out of initiative.
I think Nina has a candle, again, like a little torch in her hand, and is flying around ahead and just calls out, "These two are gone. Frostbite got them." Kind of keeps circling. I want to inspect the Eye of Angor's body. Coming over here.
The Eye of Anguish.
Anguish, not Angor.
You're good. Yeah, you just see a barrel-chested man. No shirt, pair of pants, and this body that, as it is half on the shore and the other half like arm drifting in the water, the head is almost like exploded. It is just barely a portion of the head left.
Okay. So no pockets or anything like that.
Yeah, I will make you roll it. There's nothing to find on this individual.
Okay. And you mentioned his eye that he was wearing a patch over. Is that like artificial? Is there anything special about it?
As you look at it, at the moment there's no glow to it, but his good eye is staring sightlessly ahead. The eye that had the patch over it is just looks like a piece of ice that is just slowly melting.
Okay.
Portions of it just pooling and tearing down.
Okay. Well, he doesn't look like much help. Just here for the pain. How are those over there? I say, looking to Ron, who's moved over to the other ones on the other side.
Yep, I'm looking at them. They alive, DM?
Huh? What? Sorry.
The other.
Are you keeping your spirit guardians up?
No, I drop it.
Okay.
You kill all of them with your spirit guardians.
Nathan as well.
Okay. You move towards them. You have a high enough medicine. Looking at these individuals, all the rest of them look like they have suffered freezing, frostbite, and torture. You see points of their bodies, limbs, extremities that have been frozen off. One of them, their jaw is frozen in like a scream of rigor mortis, and eyes white. Only one that remains alive is the one against the far side of the wall, upside down, raggedly breathing. And as you approach it, Rowan, you see a familiar face. Rugged beard, cut short, now slightly ragged, ice crystals in it, some scars on the face, a missing arm blackened on the nub. As you see the rugged form of Harburg Tooth Mariller, the constable of Red Larch that you went looking for months ago.
Based on the condition, does it seem that it's to the point that the extent of the injuries, would you get a sense of it would be better to put him out of his misery? Or does he seem to have a chance of being able to survive without being like in excruciating pain?
With your, what's your plus to medicine?
8.
8? Oh. Go ahead and roll me a medicine check.
I don't know why you asked me to roll. I roll like shit. 11.
He's breathing. He's gasping. There's life within him. He is in pain. I'm going to leave that up to you, Rowan.
I'll fly over to.
Yeah, I would yell over. It's the constable.
Is he alive?
He's breathing, but it's pretty rugged.
Do you not have any healing left?
I can heal him. Help me. Can you help me get him down?
Yeah, of course. And we'll work on. I will gently mold some flame to melt the ice that's holding him to allow him to come down.
Okay.
While that's happening too, Nathan kind of leans in between Nina and Rowan and very quietly, we should get Parsness and Char to take him back to the ship. Parsness needs to get back to the ship too.
Perhaps it's time we all left with the constable. We can't continue on with him.
They could take him.
All right.
But that's up to you guys, whether you want to push through this or not.
I'd look over to Tempo and because she's hovering close by, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are we even heading back to the ship, or are we teleporting out of here?
I think that's still up in the air. If we teleport, we can get the constable straight to Red Larch. If we go back to the Manta Rose, that's a straight flight home.
I mean, it'll only take us a few more minutes to fly over and check out that door. I mean,
Okay.
We need to finish it.
All right, so maybe Char and Parsness take the constable back to the ship and head out, and then we'll meet them in Red Larch. I kind of look over where Char and Parsness. I assume Char is kind of giving us, in her anger, a little bit of space. Like she's been helping, but she's not in the thick of things. Is that safe to?
Yeah, she looks to you and connects eyes. You see she is here for the group. 100%. She's mad. She has a lot of feelings. However, as she
Oh, go ahead.
is looking at you and gives you a nod, you see her kind of, her eyebrows stitch together for a moment, and her eyes go a little distant. And then you see her reach out, and her hand grips into Parsonus's arm, and she just drops down and vomits.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good. It's good.
Maybe. Look, we've got too much to do, and we need to start getting the ship ready to head back. So, Chara, Parsonus, maybe you can take the constable back to the Menta Rose. The rest of us can go on and check out those door.
Parsonus, who's kind of reached a hand out to steady Chara a bit, looks at all of you. You want us to leave you?
Well, hold on. Actually, we don't know the way out. We came up through a wall, a cave-in, didn't we?
Yeah.
So we gotta all leave together.
I think if they've lasted this long, they can hold on 5 more minutes here. And
Nathan just pulls out one of his other potions and just so you can save your healing.
I can use my innate ability so that you can save that for that's an expendable.
Yeah, but I have a feeling his pool is a little smaller than mine. And he kind of looks at you and he's fucked. Like he is not doing okay.
Are you implying to use it on the constable? Is that
Yeah.
okay? It's not a bad idea. I also have something that doesn't take anything out of me.
Either that or we gotta take a breather.
Who's holding Harburg at the moment? Because, Nina, you melted the ice,
I
and
think we lowered him down.
yeah, he like dropped to the ground, very weak, unable to hold himself up, and he's just kind of like
Yeah, I was
breathing
putting
raggedly.
My playing hand right when I got him, so
That's
I
very
would-
Rowan, yeah.
So I hold on to your potion. I pretty much like during that conversation or whatever.
Mhm.
Gotta say that I've done my healing hands.
Okay.
Or 10.
Okay. 10 healing as you feel, you press your hand against his chest and you feel the warmth spread along it, and the skin that was blue and purplish starts to actually warm and take a normal color once again. And you just see Harburg's eyes just kind of roll into relief for a moment. And his good arm, the hand comes up and just kind of grips yours. And the eyes look up at you, dulled in color. And you see he tries to speak, but it's just this almost like whispered squeak of just, you can tell he's just, thank you.
I kind of lean over to Nathan too. Why do you think why do you think Parsonus needs to get back? Or why should they get back?
I can tell when someone is hurting.
Chara? Parsonus.
Roll me a perception check.
Nope, that's a 7.
A 17 and an 18. So 18.
Nina, you actually, both of you look over towards Parsonus and Chara. Nina, you see Parsonus supporting Chara, who is just puked and is just kind of pushing her hair back a bit. Nathan, what you see is sweat beading along his forehead and dripping down. You see a slight rosiness along what should be pale cheeks. And you see breathing that is slightly off.
When I was next to him, his magic looked off. And we gave him that drink, which should have restored anything. Didn't. So I have my concerns.
Okay.
And I need that rest. Or I'm not making it out of here.
I'm already feeling pretty depleted too. I don't even think I could get us back to Red Larch unless we took a break. Fuck, we don't have time. I think you just see Nina getting frustrated, but also like resigned that we need to pause.
You'll feel like a hand on your back. It's like,
Who, me?
no, Nina.
Okay. I'm like,
We can rest. It gives me a chance to try and bandage up his wounds here and get him in a better position to be able to carry.
Okay.
It's,
Tempo, the thing that you did where you could see through walls, is that something you could do if we got you close to that door? Do you have to be concentrating on it the way you do with Fly?
I'm actually not sure as a player. Let me like read it.
Is it a
It's a feature. As an action, you gain the ability to see through solid objects with a range.
I don't think that's concentration.
Yeah, I think it would.
Yeah, it just says it lasts for 1 minute or until your concentration ends, as if you were concentrating on a spell.
Okay.
It makes it
Oh,
sound
well,
like you do concentrate on
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
And that room that it was in, was there anywhere to? I guess
Land?
I guess in my head I'm trying to say if one of us can cast Fly, the other can cast Invisibility, or at least I can cast Invisibility, so that two of us could go stealthily, look through it, and then look it out.
I mean,
but-
we just
So-
cast fly. It's like we're still flying. Another.
Nathan reaches into his jacket and pulls out that other potion. Fly.
Oh,
That way you don't have to concentrate at all.
Okay. Yeah, I could go check it out while you all started to rest here. I'm doing fine.
you sure you don't want someone with you?
I mean, if someone wants to come, I won't object.
How many beings between us and it? How many creatures do you have to get by?
Just some crabs.
Okay. Okay.
I can take care of some crabs.
I
I
can,
still don't want you going alone.
if you give me a sec to, or Tara or whoever else can get his wounds bandaged, I can go with tempo.
I can take care of the healing.
Yeah.
I've got potions and or my abilities that don't require spells.
Just, cover up his stump there, because once we start moving him, we don't want infection to spread. So just that's my main concern over trying to heal him back up fully.
Sure.
I'll go with tempo.
Okay.
Okay.
You book it back, both of you, if anything goes wrong. Don't
Will do.
be a hero. And I look pointedly at Rowan.
So, do you need the potion or no?
I think it would help so that they can maintain. Well,
Although,
I'm on Rowan. I can maintain concentration and fly on Rowan. And so if you want it, Tempo, to have flight, no concentration on yourself.
that would help.
Here you are. He just hands it to you.
Thank you, Nathan.
You're welcome.
So you're able to keep flying on me.
I got you. I won't drop it.
What do we have? Do you think, luckily? Or specifically me?
I recast
11 minutes.
it. Yeah, exactly.
That's my best.
Yep.
Rough it.
Okay.
There and back.
Okay. The two of you fly. Do you take the northern route or the southern?
The northern, so that we only have to go past, back up the chamber we entered in, where we stopped, and then the crabs. And I'm assuming that these doors go to the same place. But
Okay.
yeah, so the north set of doors. And on the flight, I will drink the potion of flight, as well as, while we were stopped there, to my magical cunning. Takes 1 minute to restore half of my packed slots. So I will do that. As we were stopped back there as well.
Okay. You all come to this cavern area, Rowan, for the first time. You see these nets that are stretched across the water from one rocky corner to a rocky peak, the water passing through it, just slow and sluggish. How do you all pass through this cavern? Slow, stealthy, fast?
I think we're going pretty fast and near the top. Because my hope is that if there's only these crabs, like, they can't do anything to us if we're near the ceiling of
Okay.
the cavern. And I think we just want to make haste.
Okay.
And the potion of flight is only your movement speed as flight. It doesn't give you 60 feet.
Okay, cool.
Good to
So I'm
know.
a little slower than Rowan. But it still only takes us 60
Okay.
feet, probably only a minute or so to get back.
Yeah. Rowan, do you keep
I keep-
pace with her? Okay. All right. You all skidding along the ceiling, cross over to these pair of doors where you see water seems to be slowly making its way through, almost as if it's found an underground cavern. But you see these doors. No lock, no key. What would you like to do?
Just realized the ghostly. I might not even need to use the ghostly gaze, because the arcane eye just says you create an invisible and vulnerable eye within range that hovers for the duration. The range is 30 feet. It doesn't say it's somewhere you can see. So I think I'll just cast arcane eye just beyond like 10 feet into the doorway
Okay.
and not have to expend the ghostly gaze.
10 feet into the doorway, you find a water. What feels like a small little tunnel behind the doors that water has passed under and up and is passing through. It's very dark.
Okay. The arcane eye has dark vision.
Okay.
And I'll just send it around. I can still move it just like before.
Move it through. You
so yeah.
pass it, continuing forward through, and within like 5 feet from where you made it, it dips down beneath a rocky, almost crevice, up and under, and then comes up. And as it comes up above the water line, you see just the tips of shrine tentacles. The water ever so slowly receding.
Shrine tentacles, as in like the shrine I saw before?
Yep.
Okay, so it's just a tunnel that passes in between these places. No like room on the inside.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'll relate that to Rowan. Just seems like a passageway between here and that southernmost chamber I described with the idol. Nothing on the inside of these doors, like that lies between.
That's better than anything else. Or just head straight back. There's something else I wanted to see first.
Give me a second, and I'll like to take the eye, and I'll like to loop back around to where those fish people were performing the ritual to see if anything has changed.
Okay. The eye moves past the shrine, past the colonnades, the door that's behind one of the fish people, moves through it, up, cresting above the water, the stairs that move up and out, and you see the same two fish-like humanoids and the priest humanoid fish man, who now seems to be picking up these pieces of almost like bones out of a bowl, doing something with it. You see it smear some kind of charcoal across it before it drops it back into the bowl, and you see it move its hands along it, and you hear like a gurgled, kind of garbled noise as it speaks.
They're still just doing some kind of rite at the altar, but nothing's glowing, nothing seems to have changed. They may just be worshipping. I say we head back.
Above table, did you reconnect with Shush with magical paper? Be able to like talk back and forth?
Yes, I have that ability.
Because we don't know what those creatures are. The fish people.
Correct, yeah. Or the shrine.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we can head back.
Alright. Yeah, and we'll fly back to the room with the throne.
Okay. While that is happening, any conversation between Nathan, Nina, Parsonus, and Chara?
Just tension you could cut with a knife.
Honestly, Nathan is like sitting cross-legged against the wall and trying to focus on
Not
healing.
dying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Nina is trying desperately to keep an eye on all three of her friends and this new charge as she's like bandaging and following Rowan's instructions for the constable. I will use my innate ability as part of my gift of the metallic dragon to cast cure wounds at first level. It doesn't expend a spell slot, but he will get 1d8. That's a d10. What am I doing? 8 extra points of healing from me. The constable does.
Constable, okay.
Yeah, just to try and make him a little bit more comfortable, ease any pain and get rid of any infection in that arm that Rowan was concerned about. As I kind of like take my water skin and clean off his face a little bit.
You see some more color come back to him and more relief come. And as the color starts to spread to that nub, you see his eyes flash open and squeeze closed, and you hear grunts of pain as the nerves start to reawaken.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll get you back soon. I don't think. Well, we'll wait to hear what they say. And I kind of am speaking to the group, looking at both. But I think we just need to get back. I think we have to go back the way we came, and I think we have to take the ship. We don't have time for a long rest here for me to just teleport us back. I think that's wasting time. And unless anyone disagrees, I think she just goes back to tending the constable until Rowan and Tempo return.
As you all kind of...
Also, earpiece check.
Oh, yeah. Who has that? I think you took it from Parsonus, right?
I think so, but
Yeah, during the weakening, he was like, you're better
I
at this. Or
have
something.
Nathan, Rowan, Chara, and Hestava.
That sounds right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, can we check in with Hestapa?
Yeah. do you
Nathan's
say?
kind of like, yeah, sure, here.
She takes it, puts it in. Hestava, it's us. We completed what we were trying to do here, but it's going to take us a little bit to get back up. But if you could start getting the ship ready, Parsonage, Chara, they're here. But we're all a little worse for wear. So we need to go to Red Larch. We found the constable.
We'll prepare the ship.
All right, we'll keep you updated. We're just regrouping now.
Be safe.
Never. I say jokingly, but my tone suggests yes, of course.
As you do that, and you kind of pull your finger away from your ear. Roll me a perception check. You and Nathan.
19.
No. Nina,
That's a 2.
your attention is split between this individual from Red Larch that you barely know, Nathan, who you are very much invested in, Chara, who's been acting very oddly. There is a tension between you and her that you've never had before. And Parsonus, who in the moment you see stumbles back a bit, just like a simple step back, kind of bracing against the wall. His hair is starting to drip with sweat as he kind of straightens himself, shoves the hair back, and seems to gather himself for the moment.
Okay. Okay. And I kind of stand up and walk over. What's going on? No brave faces. What's going on?
Chara looks between the two of you. What do you... Look, I know things are weird, but I'm working through it. I'm upset.
No. You're okay. You have every right to be. You can yell and scream and take it out on us later. I'm talking about him, and I look to Parsonus. Nathan says something's wrong, and I can see it now. You're sweating. Are you fevered?
Parsonus, like, stands up straight from the wall. No, I'm fine. Fine. Chara, now gaze completely focused on him, moves forward and like presses a hand to his forehead and down along the side of his face. Oh my god. You're actually warm. And he kind of pulls back a bit. It's fine. It's just, he kind of grasps her hand and just holds it. Let's just concentrate on getting out of here.
All right, change of plans. We're gonna meet them back at the stairs because we passed through that first room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I just kind of earpiece. Rowan, if you're there, we're gonna meet you at the stairs to head back up the way we came.
Nina's saying that they're gonna meet us at the stairs now.
They're carrying all those people?
Just the
Oh.
one.
There was just the one alive.
Were there not 3 alive? No? Okay.
Yeah.
There were 5 frozen to the wall. Only
Gotcha.
one of them seemingly survived.
Okay.
Good looking out
Nathan
though,
Thomas-
because we would not have left
Yeah.
survivors down there.
Nathan kind of stands up and stumbles over to you, Nina, and kind of just leans over. How do we plan on doing that? Don't you have to drop your concentration to redo the fly thing?
Well, Fly is still up on... Who do you have it on? Yourself,
Rowan and Nathan.
and Nathan. I dropped it on Parsonus and Chara.
Okay.
We're already. You can
Do
say
you
that
just-
we're all back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then I
it's a decision.
I would say then land somewhere safe. I have to drop concentration for a minute to get us there. One, two,
And I
three.
can just get back to you.
Chara holds up a hand. I could. It's gonna be messy as fuck. But I can get me and she kind of gestures towards the constable. Back to the entrance where we came
Okay.
down here.
Great. That's great. No worries, Rowan. Stay put. And if Rowan is safe on land, I will drop concentration and then re-up it so that I can cast it on myself, Nathan, and Parsonus, and Chara can take the constable.
Okay. Yeah. She will use. She's going to gesture for all of you to kind of move back, and then she's like, maybe, you know. And she kind of lifts him up into her arms a bit, just so she's kind of wrapped around him, and feeds his arm over her shoulder, and they both stand. And you see her runes alight along her skin and her fur, kind of moving downward, almost in an electrical manner. And as it goes down her one leg, she just lifts her one foot and taps it down. And you hear a reverberation of thunder as she is going to thunderstep both her and the constable 300 feet to a place that she has seen before.
Jesus, that's a great spell.
That could technically get her back to the collapse room.
Like
above,
upstairs,
almost.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Cool.
Yeah, so she's gonna do it right to the edge of the entrance, though, the plunging torrents, because she does not want to get too far from all of you. Tempo and Rowan, the two of you, what are you doing in this moment?
I think we're flying back to the entrance.
Okay. The two of you taking the time to fly back towards the entrance. Ooh, trying not to stretch your character pieces out. That's great. And Nathan, Nina, and Parsonus.
I'm casting fly on the three of us so we can fly out.
Great. Three of you. All of you, the party, wind up converging where you entered. And you all climb the stairs upward, back into the Temple of the Crushing Wave. Back up the stairs.
Man, I already forgot so much of this map. How did we make it this far?
Right? As you crest the stairs after several minutes, upwards and upwards and upwards, a straight climb, you continue to hear the rushing of water along several areas behind the walls.
Those D12s, are you taking those away from Parsonus's health?
You don't know.
Brutal.
As you all crest above the stairs, back into an area that looks. The plunging torrents were almost natural formations. As you crest the stairs, built by hand and by metal and tools, coming up into this marbled room, the sense of natural and chaos coming into a formed, built. How do each of you feel about this? Starting with you, Rowan.
Oh. She is very apprehensive of feeling like there's still a little bit unfinished knowing about the relic
Mm-hmm.
and the people doing it. Like, she's constantly in her mind going, I need to do research or have talked to Nina about having Shush do research on the idol and those people, because the words Nina said about like the small, like they're just doing something small, definitely makes her be like, all the small things lead to big things.
Okay.
So,
Tempo.
Tempo is leaving this place, starting to feel a bit of satisfaction that we have dealt a like measurable, tangible blow to these cults, and yet also worried about the state of things on the surface with the weakening and what's going on in Red Large. So still apprehensive, but a definite note of satisfaction having done something to this water cult.
Nina.
I don't think Nina is giving herself the chance to feel anything. If anyone's looking at her, she is white as a sheet and she is clearly looking afraid, but she also has that like look of pure spite or determination. Like, I will put one foot in front of the other and get everyone out of this place, even if it's the last thing I do. So she's not letting herself feel anything. She's really barely registering, other than the fact that like, this is the way out. We're getting out. Let's go.
Awesome. Nathan.
I think Nathan honestly is pretty selfish in where his thought process is right now. It's all internal and him. He's not thinking about anything down there or anything outside of it. It's all, for him, fear. He's afraid of himself right now because he hurt his best friend. He's scared of everybody around him. He's not in a good place, and he's honestly not even feeling the pain he's really actually in.
Okay. cresting the stairs, each in their own kind of individual mindset. You all fought a prime evil, and you beat it. You didn't even know these things existed except in legend. And you've defeated one. You have a missing person that you've been looking for months with you. You have a mysterious illness going on with one of your party members. Two of you have had mental breakdowns in the last day. This party is struggling. As you continue making your way through the corridors and breaking away from the map itself, you all march on, heads down, but focus forward. Exit. Make it to the exit. As you all get to the entrance of the Temple of the Crushing Wave, all of you roll me perception checks. Nathan and Nina, you can do it with advantage.
Six.
Okay.
I got a natural 1 and a 4.
18.
Okay.
I'm looking at a 19, and if that's a failure, I will do stuff. Oh wait, things only last for. I'm gonna hope this is on the tail end of that bardic inspiration, because 10 minutes is not forever. 10 minutes is coming to an end. So I will add that.
Okay.
So that's a 27.
Rowan, Tempo, and Chara. The three of you, as all of you as a party are trucking forward, assisting this individual missing an arm. I imagine, Rowan, you probably have their good arm over your shoulder, helping them forward, since you probably know them best.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about the breathing of an individual behind you. Nina and Nathan, you are leading the pack a little ways ahead of the rest. As Rowan, you turn your head, Tempo and Chara, you both immediately notice as Parsonus, you hear a slight grunt come from him before all three of your heads kind of turn and look back, and you see him drift to the side against the wall and go down to a knee. And his breath is slightly ragged, eyes squinted a bit in pain. And he presses a hand against the wall as Chara comes up immediately, and she's going to use a spell for fucking sure. Liza, would you roll me a 1d6?
Yeah.
3.
3. She will use a 3rd level healing word. Oh, she has no 3rd level, so it will go down to a 2nd level. Rowan and Tempo, you watch as she kind of grasps him as he stumbles to the side, and she goes down to her knees next to him, and she presses a hand into his shoulder. And you see the worry on her face as she casts Healing Word. Rowan, you've seen this spell so many times. You know what this spell does. And you know when it doesn't take. And this is not taking. As she casts it, and you see Chara with a look of confusion. I don't understand. I don't understand. And Parsonus just kind of shakes his head, sweat dripping off. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just get out of here.
How far is the ship from here?
You all are near the entrance or the exit of the Temple of the Crushing Wave.
But
Closing-
not Rivergate Keep. We're still down in the temple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chara, can you take him ahead? Just do that thunder step thing again and get him out of here?
Yeah. Yeah. And she helps him up, pulls an arm over her own shoulder, much like Rowan has with Harburg. And you see her for a brief moment, just kind of, time seems to slow as she looks at him, grips his arm for a moment, gives a nod towards him before those same runes light along her form and down to her foot, which she taps down, and you hear the crack and the reverberation, the rush of air as you all just kind of turn your heads as your hair flies past you, and they disappear. All of
we
you,
have to hurry. Come on.
all of you begin rushing after, charging up the steps as fast as you can with an individual that is also very injured.
We could technically fly with him between two of us, like carrying him, but
Oh, did you cast fly on him as well?
not on him, no.
Okay.
But I think the rest
Yeah, I can have them basically be.
like on
Yeah.
a backpack, piggyback, yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I would say with that, with his one arm, you all have enough gear on you. You could easily even fashion like a papoose.
Yeah, a little backpack.
As degrading as it seems, Harburg is not going to dispute this whatsoever. As you all fly your way out and make your way up into Riverguard Keep.
If possible, Nina wants to just say, I'm going to split off. I'm just going to the fountain again, but I will meet you back on the ship, I promise. So once we're, assuming Tempo gets us up through that thing again, right? I think we can split up then.
Yeah, I can mark off. Looking through walls and scatter again. If there's just the I mean, with Parsonus and Chara gone, there's just the
5 of us.
5 of us. So no one even has to go in the crab.
Okay.
Nice.
We go through the cave in again, the same way.
And Nathan would definitely go with you.
Nina. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You two go ahead, take the constable, get to the Manta Rose. We're just gonna fill up a couple vials. It came in handy, and if this is what did it to Parsonus, then we need something to study.
Yeah.
Okay. Party splits off. Half of you heading upwards. Nathan and Nina heading towards the room that you know very well at this point. You pass through the open doorway, see the blood stain on the floor, now dried and dark. You see the body of Yarrick, the eye so far faded at this point. The body lying there, arms still stretched towards the fountain. And you head towards it. You dip your leather shit.
Water skins.
Thank you. The water skin in and pop the cap back on.
Can I? This is so selfish, but just in case we need a teleportation circle out of here, and I'm gonna just cut my hand and take a drink of it straight as well in this moment
You take a drink of the water.
to see if it still works.
You feel a rejuvenation, not quite like before.
Okay.
It feels like possibly the connection and the magic that it was connected to has lessened.
Makes
And you
sense.
get the benefits of a short rest.
Okay. I will still get a short rest. I'm gonna roll some hit die in that moment.
I was gonna say,
Nor
I'm pretty
did
sure
they.
Nathan will do the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You scoop up some handfuls of the water as well.
My internet cut out for a moment when you all were splitting off, but I wanted to say that I handed off my water skin as well.
Okay.
Awesome.
I'll say Rowan probably would have relayed to Hestava to like get the infirmary prepped. That Parsons is not doing well at all.
Oh boy. You say that and you hear silence for a moment and then just get here safe. Get here alive.
Working on it.
You back, Ellie?
Yeah.
Okay. Just because you might have missed it, the water is not as potent as it was. So whatever rejuvenated it. Oh no, she's frozen again. I will type it in
Internet,
chat.
fuck you!
Yeah. Well, okay. Water of healing not as potent. Benefits of a short rest, not a long rest. So it may or may not fade, but we got your water skin. We filled it up. I'll type it in chat.
Okay. You all, starting with Rowan, Tempo, Parsonus, and Chara. Rowan and Tempo and Harburg, you managed to make your way out of Riverguard Keep, coming through the tapestry. The silence of Riverguard Keep. Wind moving across, cutting across your skin. It is cold. This day that has been, you are now late in the day. The sun is about to crest below the horizon. It is cold. And you make your way through the courtyards, across the path that brings you through the front gate. And you make your way along the side, where you see Chara and Parsonus slowly making their way towards the Manta Rose, this beacon of blessed hope, a secondary home that sits along the side. And as you move forward, Rowan, you first see spots of red on the ground. And as you half carry Harburg alongside you, in tempo, keeping pace, you realize this is blood dripping from Parsonus. As you all make your way towards the Manta Rose, coming in up the ramp, where you see the comforting sight of Hestava standing there, all business, as her eyes look to you first, and she just holds out an arm. And guides you forward. Tink is there, and she immediately just says, Tink. She looks to you, Rowan, for any kind of information on who this person is.
He's the constable of Red Larch. He was one of the ones we've been searching for months.
She looks back at Tink. Civilian. They need help. Medic. Administer the healing potions, please. And Tink immediately, arm wraps around, leans down, lifts the legs up, and you just hear Harburg just as he lifts them and stomps their way. You hear their metal feet stomping their way down the metal plankway. Hestava turns and looks to you before her eyes pass beyond you and sees Chara helping Parsonus up, who at this point does not look great. Parsonus has always had fair, pale skin. It is looking very lack of grayish, but with a fevered, ruddy state. His hair is just soaked with sweat, and his eyes are slightly glazed over, as Chara is bearing quite a bit of the weight. And Rowan, you see... Roll me an insight check.
Oh, insight?
Mm-hmm.
24.
You've spent time with Hestava. She is a closed off, very decisive individual. She keeps her emotions tight and close to self, and you are one of the few people she has shared and opened up with. you see distinct worry settle into her expression as her eyes rest upon her captain. And you watch as she, for a moment, is speechless and seemingly doesn't know what to do. As the eyes pause, go distant, drift, and then look up to you, Rowan. To anyone else, this would just look like a passing of gazes. To you, you see a look of desperation.
I will reach out and grab like her forearm and just give a slight squeeze and then turn to Chara, like, let me get into the infirmary. I can carry you faster. We'll figure it, and then I'll say out loud to her, but also, but like as I'm saying that, look up at Heston. I was like, we will figure this out.
She is locked into you for the moment and just gives a nod. You see her settle herself in your gaze, takes a deep breath, and then turns and starts walking back down the plankway as you lean in and assist Chara in helping drag Parsonus, who his legs have now kind of gone weak.
Where's the blood coming from?
It looks like it's coming out of one of his nostrils and out of one of his ears, and just has been kind of slowly dripping.
Yeah, I'll help get him immediately to infirmary room, whatever
Okay.
room they have.
Yeah. There is no medic room on the Manta Rose. However, they take you to the for Harburg. They take him to Ural's quarters. Probably to Rowan and Tempo's quarters. And you see Ruby pop out of Tempo and Yours room. Her ears kind of peeking out as she leans out. Oh no. Oh. And she steps out and just looks at everyone for a brief moment. And her hand kind of covers her mouth a bit as she sees Parsonus. Okay. All right. And she almost immediately, you see this calm overtake her as she directs Tink to go into her and Tempo and Rowan's room. And she gives some direction, walks in, grabs some what looks like vials, mixes them together, hands them to you, Tempo. You're going to want to mix this, dilute it with a little bit of water, heat it up. It's okay, it can take a lot of heat, but just go ahead and give this to him over the next couple hours. This will at least heal any infection.
Okay. I will do
And-
that. Oh,
One of her hand paws kind of rests on your bicep. You got this. You were made for this. And she turns and leaves the room. And as she does, she grabs a pouch, and there's like a smattering of different kinds of herbs and stuff on a cabinet that she just sweeps into her pouch and marches out of the room and heads towards the room that you all take Parsonage to, which is his room. Nathan and Nina, you all, having acquired more of the fountain, making your way up the stairs, the long march, you come to the tapestry, push it aside, walk through the building into the courtyard of Riverguard Keep. The whistling of cold air. Nighttime is nearly upon this area, and you feel it across your skin as you beeline it towards the entrance. Make your way through the front. For a brief moment, Nina, you remember a massive bonfire of bodies that at one time you were the cause of. As you turn and continue your way to the left, around Riverguard Keep, around the corner, and the two of you see the blessed sight of the Manta Rose. You quickly make your way up the ramp inside, and you make your way inside, closing the door. No movement in the hallway. And you take a few steps forward, and you start to hear the voices inside the first room of the captain. And then a little ways down, softer, in Tempo's room, Tempo and Rowan. What would you like to do?
I think on the way back, as we're rushing back after having gotten the water, Nina will just kind of ask, do you know if your guns do anything like this? I mean, the shots you were doing against the other things, against Gar, I've never seen you do that. Or do we think it's the water?
What I did in the fight against Gar hasn't happened in a long, long time. Not since the last time I lost control. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
And my weapons were built to hurt. So I would pretty much chalk it up to it's probably them.
Okay.
They were built to fight a war against beings like Parsonage.
Exactly. Okay.
Well, between Rowan and Hesteva, they'll be able to figure it out.
We need to get back so I can tell them it was me.
Yeah. Come on. And we just hurry back. And with that in mind, as we get in and hear the voices in Parsoness's room, I think Nina would say, "We go here."
Yep.
Kind of bursting in, no knocking or anything like that, and just say, "We're back. We got the water. It's not as good as it was, but if it's the cause, but," and I kind of gesture to Nathan.
Who all's in the room currently?
You see Ruby off to the side where Parsoness's desk is. And you see she has dumped a manner of herbs and vials, and she's currently mixing together spices and such, very calmly. You see Hesteva at the probably the foot of the bed, where she stands there very calmly, but you see her hands kind of fisting at the moment. And you see Chara sat atop the bed, with Parsoness upper portion in her lap, and she is just kind of threading her fingers through his hair. And that is all that is in the room at the moment.
So he'll walk up next to Hesteva and just, I shot him. And he pulls Death and holds it out handle towards her. And at this point, do I remember what they're made of now? Or have an idea, kind of? Especially after Kippin's explanation?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay. It's made of void stone. And it's meant to kill everything it touches.
You see Hesteva's head turn slightly, her eyes dropping to look down at it. And one of her hands kind of lifts. And she accepts death. And just looks at it. Why?
I lost control. And I wasn't myself.
He wasn't the only one. That place was fucking with our heads. I started it.
Hesteva lifts and she fires death at you.
I will actually, hold on a second. I will cast, with my restored spell slot, Fizzban's Platinum Shield, and you watch as a full dragon comes up and surrounds Nathan, and he looks like he is in silver plate mail. Fuck off. This entire mission. He's basically got like resistance to everything. He's got half cover, he's got evasion, he's got damage. Yeah, it's pretty bonkers, but
Okay.
you can still roll the hit and he can still take damage, but she's gonna do a lot of the
Okay.
And she can roll it at disadvantage since she's within 5 feet, I guess.
She is not attuned. It is very basic. I'm gonna say it fails, as death is in her hands and her eyes just lift, and you see a brief just flicker of her hand as death twists and turns in her hands. She grips it and she just looks straight at you, Nathan, and fires. And at the same moment, Nina, you see the resolve in her eyes, and you cast this spell. And Nathan, you see the pop of smoke, you hear it, and you see the bullet moving towards you before it breaks, slams into something almost in slow motion. You see its form break against it and shatter. And you hear Nina's words. And you just see Hesteva looking at you with death in hand, not moving, just still pointing it, finger on the trigger.
Without hesitating, he kind of reaches down and pulls life. This is the opposite, and I hope I can use it to help him. And if she was paying attention, Nathan didn't even blink or try to move or do anything.
Roll a persuasion check.
Well, that's a 20 for a 23.
A natural 20? You see the resolve in her eyes. And as you pull out life, her eyes don't falter. But you watch as her finger comes off of it, the trigger, and hooks behind it and allows the gun to swing. The handle coming back towards you. Before she turns her hand over.
And leave it in her hand. And basically try to, I guess not go over to as far as Parsonus is, but put it basically like close to his feet. And do everything he can to try to help him.
Hesteva's, as you kind of pass her, Hesteva's gaze locks onto you, Nina.
My entire face says fucking try it. And Nathan is still glowing. He has this silver dragon spectral plate armor surrounding him. As I maintain concentration, it will not come off of him until she has to take me out.
Hesteva has already let the gun drop. Her finger still in the little trigger well, but off of the trigger, and has let it flip under. And she tosses it at your feet.
Nathan doesn't look back, but as he's walking towards the foot of the bed, or kind of like leans forward. I can still see you, Hesteva. Then you're allowed to be glaring and angry at me. But keep it on me.
Don't tell
And
me
he
what
leaves
to
it
do.
at that.
You don't tell me what to feel or where my anger goes.
And he'll use lay on hands. But he's going to use all of them to attempt to neutralize a poison or cure a disease and see if that will do anything.
Okay. You grip Parsonus's ankle, kind of reaching over the bed, the foot of the bed. And you feel the spell cast. but you also don't feel it take.
Okay.
As you feel that healing power that you normally infuse sucked into a sense of a void.
It's like the corruption we felt. Regular healing just isn't going to change it.
Then maybe this wasn't it.
Roll me either Arcana or Religion.
Definitely Arcana on my part.
Just straight 18.
19.
Wow. Nathan, what was yours?
Religion.
Just
or
an 18. Or Arcana. Sorry.
Arcana? Okay.
Rowan, were you in the room too?
So Rowan and Tempo.
Oh, okay.
In with Harburg.
Yeah.
You hear a gunshot. Close by.
I'm assuming I recognize.
You also hear Nina's voice saying, "That's not helping," or whatever it was that I said.
Oh yeah, yeah. Basically, fuck no or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have jumped up and immediately ran
Yeah,
to the room.
I would
Okay.
have as well.
All right. Two of you.
Assuming that Harbrick is in like a relatively stable.
Yeah,
State.
you get the sense the tincture that Ruby left with Tink and how to apply it. That's about the best that can be done outside of magic.
Cool.
As the two of you rush out of the room at the sound of a sharp gunshot, familiar, and you head back down the hallway, your feet stomping along the metallic platform, whatever, bursting through the door. Rowan, this is not something you expected to see before you, as you watch Hestava, with death in hand, allowing it to turn and tossing it before Nina's feet.
Yeah, coming in and seeing that sight is definitely going to be like, kind of, especially right after everything else. Like,
And you, at that moment, you would have heard Nathan say, keep your anger on me, and her being like, don't tell me how to feel. Like, you would hear those, yeah.
yeah.
Nina looks like she's about to murder Hestava, all of the above.
Honestly, I think Rowan would be kind of like stuck standing there right now. Just not taking in everything that she's seeing from her friends and someone she cares about and stuff, and feeling that they both have rights and wrongs, and her not knowing how she could possibly step in and do anything. That like she's very much out of her element here, especially after being down in the dungeon and like finding the constable and being one of the ones that's like, oh my god, like all kinds of things running through her mind of how much suffering did he go through because she did not get down there.
Tempo?
Yeah, pretty similarly. I don't think she would step in immediately. She would just want to
Okay.
be there in case things got way out of hand.
Nathan and Nina, based on your roles, eyes and attention focused on whatever is happening here. You get a sense there's definitely some kind of magic. It feels divine. And it feels like a draining, a vengeful hunger, like that of a god taking the opportunity to strike out against a very, very old enemy. Rowan, you see Hestava as the two, you and Tempo, come in. She doesn't look to you, but you see her take a step back against the wall, one of her hands kind of pressing against her skirt, and eyes just on Parsonus before they dip, and then they look up towards you.
Whatever this is, it has to do with the gods, with him being part infernal. Rowan, this is your area of expertise, don't you? Whatever Lemure did to restore Liam and I, like, it's not healing that needs to be fixed. It's his connection to whatever caused this. It needs to be severed.
I could try to dispel it if it's some kind of magical connection. I mean, you said something divine. You'd think the gods would be weak right now with the weakening and all.
Yeah, anything I think is worth trying.
Okay, well, we'll try it. First, I'll cast guidance on myself, and then I will try to cast Dispel Magic.
Okay.
To try to dispel an ongoing magical effect.
You cast a spell magic, and when you cast this, you normally know, you see the effects of what you are trying to dispel. And as you cast it, you feel the spell leave, and it travels about, unable to grasp anything. And as it pauses for a moment and seems to latch onto something, you feel a sharp backlash and almost stumble back a moment. Tempo, you feel almost like as if you had possessed a being who had possessed a being who had possessed a being, and that creature had been just absolutely bitch slapped by a creature, a deity, and you felt the echo of it. And you just hear this distant echo of no. As the spell does not take.
There didn't work. I felt something, but it didn't work.
Nathan kind of looks over his shoulder for a second in Hestra's direction. Was Parsonus in the Blood Wars?
You see Parsonus, or sorry, you see Hestiva, eyes lashed with Rowan, blink a moment. Her hand kind of comes up and straightens her shirt a bit as she looks up towards you. No. No, but his heritage.
And he wasn't my enemy then. Okay. Are there
His
any
heritage
other...
What?
Sorry?
His heritage? Was his dad?
He's the son of an archdevil. His father may not have fought in the Blood War, but he certainly gave orders.
Alright. He'll pull life back towards himself and kind of just cross his hands and put it on it. And he'll start, I guess, reaching out in Celestial. All Father, if you can hear me, I need clarity. And he'll pour everything he has into that. Not the same way he does with Nina, but every ounce of Isgardian anything he's reaching and looking for an answer.
Do you say your words out loud?
Yeah.
Rowan's going to do the same thing using divine intervention.
To the Allfather?
No, this time going for Omater.
To Almader.
Mm-hmm. She's seen someone suffering that's being punished for someone else's sins and stuff. And
Roll me a D100.
yep. Definitely not. 65.
Okay. You reach out. Grasping. Seeing what Nathan is doing understanding this process, and you center yourself towards a god that you have never reached out to before. But you understand their ideology. And you see almost this imaginary hand reach up from yourself, grasping for this line of a god that you have never reached for before. And your hand clutches against something. And it feels like a cord. And you reach up your other hand and you grasp onto it. And you hear whispers and cries as you grasp onto it. And you feel bolstered. And you pull it to the right, pushing until this cord, this red cord, crosses and just touches across the form of Nathan. Nathan, as you reach out towards the Allfather, and you call for him, and it feels so distant and useless. And then suddenly your eyes clarify and your head jerks up and you feel like a connection solidify. What do you say?
Oh, Father, I need you right now. I have a soldier. I have a friend who is suffering because of my mistakes. Mistakes and abilities you gave me. I need you now more than ever. End what is happening to him. I know you can. You can see all. Help me. Please. Please.
Your words reverberate along this cord. And seemingly drift into the distance. And you hear the voice return. a low voice, like that of a being that you know is the creator of all the giants, the god of your realm. And you hear that voice. You ask for the life of an old enemy. He murdered many of my sons and daughters. And you would befriend his son. The question hangs on the air.
A son born to a father is only half the father and does not inherit the sins of the father. If that was so true, I would have inherited all of yours.
Roll a persuasion check.
Black or white, Liza?
White. Is that the 20?
It's the nat 20.
Hell yeah.
23 total persuasion. I think I only get +3. Yeah. He is not our enemy. I eradicated our enemy in my last rage. I did not save our people, but I made them pay for that. He does not belong to that time, that war, those people. He belongs to this realm and these people. He is my friend, he's my ally, and I would go to hell and back with him. You have my word, he is not them. If he was, I would have ended this myself. You know that.
You feel your words echo along the line. Your choices have consequences. never forget that. And Rowan, you feel the cord that you are pushing suddenly snap. And you stumble forward as it breaks free from your hand. And the communication ends.
Was that all mostly internal dialogue for Nathan? Did any of it happen out loud? Mostly
What?
internal.
His would have been out loud, but in Celestial.
Okay.
So only Rowan would know what
Yeah,
you were.
it's apt. No, and that's what I was kind of hoping, is that it was a private thing for the two of them.
You're gonna feel a hand on your shoulder. It's just like slightly squeezing. We'll find another way. I'll
Heal
probably
him, please.
Sorry, what was that?
Heal him, please.
I can try. And I will walk over. And just to see if it even works at all. Because she's seen it 3 things now not work for him. We'll do a first level cure wounds. But before she does it, having actually gotten feedback from Invader, she's gonna follow that thread.
Which, let me clarify real quick. The thread, that cord that you grasped, you've never called out to Ilmater before. And upon grasping that cord, you expect to grasp something unfamiliar. And instead, you felt connected to that you are very familiar with. As the chalice is that which you felt connected to in the moment.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, following that thread. As I start to approach Parsoness, I'm going to start running through my head some of the teachings of what he stands for, not just Ilmater, but in the role of the chalice, and drawing upon what I had done for Nina and Liam at one point, where I took the damage for after the incident with the gym, and when I go to do the cure wounds, I'm willing it in a way of wanting it to take my life force and push it out through in the parsoness versus pulling something new in,
Mm-hmm.
using something existing and giving it.
You cast it. Go ahead and roll me the healing on it.
9.
Parsoness is lying on the bed. Blue hair slicked back in sweat, and with ragged breaths, blood lining the areas of the nose, the ears, and a little bit starting to trickle out of the mouth. Eyes distant and glazed. Labored breathing. And Chara, just her hand kind of running through the hair. Just a constant stream of whispers. You cast it. And just barely beat the killing blow by 2 points as you infuse a little bit of healing into him. The barrier of a god who has been weakened and severely distant, but whose anger and rage was connected through a weapon of a very old enemy. Subsided and acquiesced. And you see Parsoness, a breath just escape him. And the eyes close. And you see some of the color start to fade a bit as the fever leaves. And you see the breathing start to return to normal.
I'd probably drop down to my knees right next to him, like with a big sigh of relief, basically.
Ah. You see Hestiva off to the side, very tense, as she sees the release of breath and the stabilizing. You just see her eyes kind of close for a moment. And she just looks down, her gaze just dropping to her feet. As the room becomes slightly less tense.
Nina will bend down and pick up Death at her feet. The shimmering dragon around Nathan faded about halfway through his prayer, probably, because it only lasts a minute. But I think she goes, I'm going to go check on Harbeck. And just kind of steps out of the room, lets out a very shaky breath when she's out of that room. But she takes Death with her.
I would say Nathan gets up at this point, holsters life, turns around and walks out, and heads up to where the observation deck is. Kind of looks up at the stars and kind of just lets out a sigh and collapses where he is and just passes out.
Rowan, and Tempo, you see Chara almost kind of crumple forward. And you see tears dripping from her face. She just kind of leans over him and just continues to run her hand over his head. Ruby, mid like grinding herbs, kind of pauses for a moment, looks, leaves her stuff, walks over, reaches up over the bed and just kind of rests a hand on him. Okay. All right. One disaster averted. Okay? And she kind of rests a hand on Chara. You should both get some rest. All three of you, okay? And she turns and looks to Rowan and Tempo. Maybe you could be of more help with the other individual, the stranger who's currently in your bed.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. She walks back over to the desk and continues to kind of start grinding stuff once more.
She put him in your bed, Tempo? She sleeps in the tent as it is. She doesn't even use her own. Rude.
I think I slept in the tent as well the only night I've spent
Yeah.
on board here. So both the beds are vacant. It's fine.
If you guys head back, I think you see Nina just sitting on the other empty bed looking at Harbeck, but you walk in, she goes, he seems stable. He's gonna need tending to, but he's ironically not the one who's worse for wear.
Rowan would just probably walk straight up to him and do another attempt of a cure wounds now that she has seen it work for someone else.
Yeah. You
Basically
cast Cure Wounds without issue.
He's 7 health.
Okay. You see the expression of... He's unconscious. But there was an expression of pain still. And as you cast this, you see it loosen a bit and lessen. And he seems to slip more into a peaceful, healing state. The The arm, not so much. It is what it is. But at least he is resting.
Yeah, I don't think we can regrow limbs, but is Nathan still in there?
No, he left the room before we did. I don't know where he went.
I have a feeling. I don't think any of us can be alone right now, or should be. Are you two okay?
Tempo will nod.
Okay. Got a job to do.
I kind of walked past you guys. I reached out and kind of squeezed Rowan's hand. Tempo, yours is like a hand on the shoulder, but it is a reassuring squeeze. All right. Is this thing moving yet? And are we like on our way to Red Larch, or is it still?
It's still stationary at the moment.
All right, Nina.
You
will be
hear the engine is going, but it's not moved yet.
Okay.
Nina's now got her sights on. Job.
Yep, exactly. So she will head up to where his navigation table is.
Okay.
And try and let whoever know that we need to get to Red Larch as soon as. Well, do we want to go to Red Larch or Westbridge? Red Larch has the temple, but they just got fucked with the weakening. So, I mean, we have to get the constable there. It's on the way, right? Is Red Larch on the way? Am I making that up?
Well, I always mix up which one's closer to the River Garden.
Yeah. Here you go. Cern Valley. Okay. Yeah. You all are about here.
Mm-hmm.
You see Red Larch over here and Westbridge up here on the map. And Nina, as you're looking at the map, your peripheral vision, you see off to the side the collapsed form of Nathan.
Yeah. I think I just shout, we need to get in the air and get going. Head to Westbridge. And then I will rush over to Nathan. And assuming he is breathing and he has just collapsed from exhaustion and everything, I will sit down next to him and kind of pull him into my, like, his head into my lap. And I will cast Cure Wounds on him again. But then I will just stay with him and let him sleep for this round.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what's the highest I can do this at? It will be 4th level.
I'm sure the DM and I will figure out how Nathan's doing later.
14 plus 5, 19 more points of healing.
So I will actually leave that up to you to see how Nathan looks, feels, or sounds.
The healing takes, and you see Nathan also go from a state of emotional upset and stress to slightly more calm. As if being forced to release mentally any of the stressors that had been held in the moment and just kind of pushing into nothingness. allowing his body to take on some of that healing.
I think Nina kind of lets out a little shaky exhale of relief. Pulls death out of the back of her, like, waistband or whatever, where she's held it, and looks at it. If you're still listening, I want you to know that I will make you pay for every moment of pain that you've given him. I don't care if you're a fucking god. You can still die. And then she just puts it back in his holster and leaves it there. And just kind of strokes Nathan's hair while he sleeps.
The Mantaros, you start to hear the revving of the electrical output running along the wires, that atmosphere building up in the balloon as you feel the slight shifting of your gut as it lifts off. Anise in the area below, guiding it. And that is where we will end it for tonight. Oh my god.
Oh, good.
I was so worried you were going to kill Parsonus, and I was like, Allie's never going to come back if we kill Parsonus.
Look, it was down to... It has been the entire session slowly wheedling away.
Yep.
You serious that I just happened to heal 2 over?
He was down to 5 hit points, and your final roll was basically as a... Not a match of like wits, but a testing. Like a final grasping of a god who has watched his children be murdered and brutalized by devils and demons, and struggling to let go that anger and that vengeance. And with his child's words, with a natural 20 and your healing, you just had enough to upset it to give Parsonus 2 points of healing.
Crazy.
So he's looking strong at 2 HP.
But I'm glad that you were catching on of like me just trying to connect it into Nathan.
Oh, I love it. Man, I love that so much. It was... Yeah, I can't say a lot.
It was awesome. And thank you.
It's almost like there's been some character growth between us or something.
Something.
You guys have a lot of drama. A lot of drama built up, and I am so here for it. But yeah, Allie would have straight up murdered all of you.
Oh, you were the one doing it.
How dare you?
We weren't rolling D12s the whole time.
But yeah.
Yeah, death's damage is only a D8. Come on.
No, it's true.
After my god, though.
Technically 2, but
it makes a difference that you reached out to this god specifically to reconnect, and he gave you the open door to connect with those weapons and therefore with him.
I figured it was something like that.
Yeah. But anyways, well done, y'all. You made it out of the plunging torrents.
Woot.
Hell
Where'd you
yeah.
guys say you're going? Westbridge or Red
Westbridge,
Larch?
because
Westbridge.
Westbridge, because it doesn't actually look like Red Larch is on the way.
Okay.
It's only slightly off, but yeah.
And
Alright.
you were right. It was attacked.
Yeah.
All right, headed to Westbridge, and then is everyone available May 3rd?
Sure am.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yes.
Sweet. All right, so then we will pick back up May 3rd and see what happens.
And just so I know, should I be expecting his message, or you keeping that to yourself?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
We'll see. I'll let you know.
Fair enough.
All right.
All right,
then.
guys. Thank you so much. I know it's late.
Yeah.
But you all have a
Absolutely,
good
thank you.
night, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Have a
Thanks
good night,
again.
everybody.
Now you
Bye.
Good night.